Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. This is Aso Tarot, and in today's pick a stone / pile reading, we are doing one of the favorites on this channel. We are going to be seeing how the person on your mind is currently feeling about you. But before we get into today's reading, I really need to talk to you guys like friend to friend. You know, this isn't me pushing anything on you or anything like that. I just want to be straight up with you guys. So if you're coming to this reading and you're just passing through and you're not really a part of this community, feel free to skip it and pick your pile, move on with your life. But if you're a part of this community, I ask that you stay and listen to this because I just really want to be straight up with you guys. So if you clicked on this video, it's probably because you're interested in this reading and you want to see what I have to say. And this reading is a known favorite on my channel. It always does well and people always seem to enjoy them. I don't know if you guys have seen this, and it kind of depends on maybe how active you are within this community or within the spiritual community in general. But I think there's this massive undercurrent of guilt and shame around doing love readings. And I'm tired of it because these are so much fun to do. And I realized that I've been holding back from doing readings like this because I feel guilty and ashamed of doing them. And I know that that doesn't come from me. And I know I'm doing a lot of you a disservice by not posting the things that you want to see. And truthfully, I think that there has been a small minority of people within the spiritual community that have been speaking very loudly. And some of it is just good faith criticism or just them wanting to see more of what's relevant to them. And I completely respect that. But I think that there may be this kind of current of guilt and shame around watching these readings or enjoying these readings. And I'm tired of it. I kind of realized that within the past couple months, I started to feel really discouraged when it comes to posting readings. And I felt like my time and energy wasn't really appreciated. And the thing is none of you really did anything to make me feel that way. It's more so that I wasn't listening to my intuition, and instead I was listening to what the people in my community were telling me. And I was trying my best to make them happy, and I realized I couldn't make them happy. It still wasn't enough. I felt like I was completely betraying myself and betraying what my intuition wanted me to do, what my guides wanted me to do, and just doing what was making others happy. And it drained the shit out of me. And I realized I can't do that. And I realized, you know, yes, one beautiful part of tarot is spiritual growth and development. There's so many topics and you can be creative, but love's just fun sometimes. And honestly, I'm really happy with the balance on my channel right now. I like having a mixture of tons of different readings, and I hope it's a comfort for you guys to know that I'm never gonna stop doing these. But I'm sorry for maybe not being able to stick up for you guys and make content for you guys the way that I have wanted to. And I think the truth of the matter is that while it's ironic to hear me saying this, I'm not a mind reader. And the analytics of my videos compared to what I'm being told by my community do not match up. And I know the reason why that is because a lot of you are not speaking up. And I want you to know that if you're a part of this community, your voice matters too. And if you enjoy readings like this, I don't want you to feel guilt or shame for them. We're here to have fun. Like, I'm not a goddamn like lawyer or something. Like this isn't something that's needs to be super rigid and sterilized. Like, I'm here as your friend. I'm sorry, like, I'm not one of those tarot readers that's gonna sit down here and be like super cool, calm, professional all the time, because that's just not me. And tarot doesn't need to be sterilized like that. And we're allowed to have fun, okay? I just want to have fun together. And if you guys enjoy these readings and you find them fun, please speak up and please tell me, especially when I ask you what you want to see, because it is so disheartening to work so hard on videos and try to appease people, and either you're not interested, which is totally fine, or I'm doing my best to make the people that are speaking up happy, and it's still not enough for them, because I have seen trends, and I would be willing to bet that those people will not be in these readings, and I'm not upset or angry at them, but I've just kind of realized that maybe some of these people are just people that I'll never be able to make happy. But I know that a lot of you don't ask for much. And so what I'm asking for you is to be open and honest about what you actually want to see. Please stop feeling ashamed for liking readings like this. Of course, there's such a thing as doing too many love readings, but I like the balance that we have now, and I'm tired of feeling guilty and ashamed for making these sorts of readings, because I know you like to see them and I know you want to see them. I can feel it intuitively, and the analytics back it up. I just need you guys to speak up more, and maybe not all of you, even just a few of you being mouthpieces and speaking up. The rest of you can like those comments and boost them. The more numbers behind a comment, it goes to show the more people that agree with it. And so we have to recognize that we can't control that there are going to be some people that don't like these readings, that are maybe going to be judgmental or shame people that enjoy them. That's on them. That's their life, you know? And if they just want to be strictly spiritual and focus on their own development and growth, that's them. But honestly, this is cardstock, and we can use it for fun too. It doesn't have to be super serious all the time. And when the hell have I ever been super serious? And I'm not going to allow people to change me and to change that. And so I ask you, please speak up. Please encourage me if you want me to do readings like this. Please tell me that you want to see them, because your voice does matter. And I am so grateful for all of the love that you guys give me and all of the encouragement you guys give me, and I don't want you to feel unsafe to voice your opinion in my community. And I realized I wasn't doing a good enough job of asserting my boundaries when it comes to my community and standing up for a good portion of you that I should have been standing up for. And so I'm doing that now, because some people are just never going to be happy. And so I'm asking you to please speak up so that I have evidence, visual evidence of, okay, yes, there are people that want to see this, because right now the only evidence I have is analytics. I need you guys to speak up, and I need you to tell me what it is you want to see, not what you don't want to see, because that's like the equivalent of you asking a child what they want for dinner and them saying, not spaghetti. Well, do you want pasta? Do you want something like totally like, I don't know. And I want to do my best to make everyone happy. I want to have fun, and I want everybody to enjoy their time here. And I more importantly than that, I want you to feel safe to speak up on your opinion. If I see anybody being mean or abusive to you, I will block them. Like, I will not allow them to be a part of this community, because that's just not okay. I want everybody to have a voice, but we also need to be respectful. And I'm taking the reins of my channel again, and I'm asking you guys to please speak up, because I know you're out there and I know you like these readings, and I love doing them for you, and I don't want to feel guilt and shame about doing that, and I don't want you to feel shame for asking for it. So with peace and love, I love you guys so much, and I want you to be more open about the readings that you actually genuinely want to see, and not stay silent in the background. Okay, that's my soapbox moment. Back to the reading. So we have 4 piles to choose from today. We have pile 1 with the Everyday Witch Tarot and this Labradorite stone. And then for pile 2, we have the Luna Soul Tarot and this purple Chalcedony stone. Then for pile 3, we have our classic, my favorite queen, I call her Old Reliable, my Rider-Waite deck with this orange Calcite worry stone. And then finally, for pile 4, we have the Mermaid Tarot by Dame Darcy, I believe, and this Aquamarine palm stone. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. You could be asking about multiple different people, or you may find that one reading doesn't match up right, or there's messages for you in multiple. Take what resonates for you, leave the rest, do what feels right to you. There also will be an extended reading today. We are going to be looking at your person's 18 plus thoughts and feelings for you. So I think it will be pretty juicy, and we'll also get channeled messages in the extended as well. So if this is not a romantic connection, this can still apply, but you may want to discard all of the romantic-esque messages. And if you're asexual, congrats, you just saved yourself some money. So once you have picked your pile, you can go ahead and scroll down, like I said, to the comment section or the description box, where they will all be listed. And if it resonates and you want to check out the extended, that will be linked directly below. Thank you guys so much for being here and for listening to me, if you did listen to my little talk. And I am looking forward to doing your reading. I will see you there. Hi there, pile one. If you guys chose this Labradorite stone, this is going to be your reading on how your person is currently feeling about you. So to start, before we get into the tarot cards, we are going to check the energy in this connection so that you can make sure that you pick the right pile. So if this resonates, congrats, you found the right pile. If it doesn't, I would try another pile and see if the energy of your connection is found there. But if you cannot find it, there is likely not messages in this video for you, unfortunately. But let's go ahead and start with the energies coming out in this pile. So to start with the first person in this connection, we have the Wolf. Number 25, forgiveness and completion. And then the connecting energy between the Wolf and the other person, person B, is number 12, balance. The frequency of balance supports our ability to find harmony with all aspects of our three-dimensional and multi-dimensional layers of reality. And then finally, the other person in this connection is being represented by the Lamb, as well as codependency and release. Whew, okay. Me trying to refrain from saying that this is interesting. This is intriguing energy, pile one, I must say. And they're very distinct, but one thing that I find really fascinating here is that there's graveyards in both of these cards. So from what I can see here, these are definitely two very distinct energies. Person A within this connection is probably the more energetically dominant one. They may just be a more dominant person in general, because person B, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Spirit was just joking in my head and said this. Person B was really submissive and breedable. And I was like, Spirit, that is a little bit far. But I told them to save it for the extended. So if this resonates, we'll talk about that in the extended. But I definitely think there is in terms of these two individuals, there's a massive imbalance of energy, or at the very least, there was in the past. If you're asking about a newer connection, I would say that this is very most likely not your pile. It could be, but I'm going to get into the description more, and I guess you can decide then, but I definitely see that there's definitely some history here. So getting into the Wolf person, it definitely seems like this is somebody who's maybe more by the book. I heard straight-laced. This could be a person who is very masculine in energy. It definitely seems like they have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, and they kind of like to be the one to take the lead. I just heard nurture the pack. But one thing that I can't ignore is that this is a big predator versus prey energy. It's kind of Twilight-esque. You know, instead of a lion, there's a wolf, right? And I definitely think that this wolf has, I don't want to say a lot of love, just because depending on what type of connection this is and how it has advanced, the feelings may be different. But I will say this, the wolf has a lot of respect for the lamb, for sure. If these two if person A and person B, if you and this person were together in the past and you no longer are together, I would definitely say that there is a lot of healing that you both have done on your own accord. I feel like this wolf person, when it comes to their energy, I think they're seeing now that just because a perspective is one that they align with doesn't mean that that's the only perspective that is valid or correct. I definitely feel like this wolf carries a lot of really heavy energy. They have like a strong but silent kind of nature to them. And I think that they have a lot of desire for the lamb that they may have buried or put to rest. With this sacral energy here and with completion, I think that this wolf person is either grieving the ending of this connection, grieving in their personal lives, or there's a cycle within this connection that has come to completion. And one thing that Spirit wants to say to me is that it definitely seems like these are two people that have either never been together like officially before, or these are two people that have been together that are maybe no longer together. But truthfully, these two actually could be together as well. I would say what's most likely, though, if you're with this person, it's likely a long distance thing or something where you're not able to be very close to one another all the time, like in terms of physicality. This wolf person is very set in their ways, and I do think that makes things kind of difficult. But one thing that I can see here is this lamb is more timid around the wolf, and that creates a lack of balance. But that's interesting because you both are coming into an energy of balance. So whether this connection is, whether these two people are in a physical commitment or not, on the 3D level, there's a lot of awareness and a lot of change energetically when it comes to how these two feel about one another. And one thing that I'm called to notice is that both animals in these cards are looking straight ahead. And so I don't necessarily think that either counterpart or just person here is really directing or investing any energy in the other, but instead I think these two are trying to find balance on their own. And I would say too, especially if this is like a long distance connection that you're in, one thing that I think that you need to hear is that if there's been a lack of communication or a lack of like fulfilling communication in the recent past or currently with your partner or this person that you're talking to, I think it's been an important change that Spirit kind of created to bring you both back to find your centers. Because one thing that I honestly really like about both of these cards showing up here is they're both represented by Earth. So you both could be Earth signs or have Earth placements. Those will be Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus. You certainly don't have to, though, in order for this to resonate. But what this would say to me overall is that you both are focusing on getting your physical surroundings under control, getting your, there's a lot here also about like your bodies. Like you may be going through diet changes or fitness changes or changing your routine. And here's what's interesting. I feel like the wolf is softening and the lamb is like hardening. And I don't mean that in like a gross way. I just mean that in like the lamb is starting to recognize where maybe they depended on the wolf, or maybe where in relationships in general, they may depend on other people to be the strong one or to guide them or to lead them. Yeah, I feel like this lamb is constantly looking for a shepherd. And whoever the lamb person is, person B, it definitely seems like within this connection, they have finally recognized that they have been very codependent upon this wolf or upon this connection. So for example, if these two are not are in separation or are not in communication, this lamb may have been projecting codependent expectations upon to this wolf energetically. So maybe this lamb has been really focused on only having a connection with this wolf, or only having this connection come into balance, or believing that there could be nobody else that would make this lamb happy other than this specific wolf. Even though there may be other wolves out there, it's this wolf. And I think one thing that Spirit has been doing in terms of the lamb is helping them awaken a bit more to how maybe their ego was deluding them into believing that they needed to rely on somebody else to feel safe and to feel like they're strong and can move forward in the world. I feel like this lamb is really starting to become aware of how they have maybe projected all their hopes and their needs for security onto other people, more specifically romantic interests that have entered their life. And every single time it has shown the lamb that those people haven't been worthy of placing their trust in them. And the lamb might be the type of person, or if you're the lamb, for example, you might feel like, Spirit, why the hell are you bringing these people into my life who are not helping me, who are not helping me grow? And Spirit's saying, we have been. But what you're not seeing is that you've been placing the same expectations, the same hopes onto every single person that came in for this lamb. And so this lamb was maybe not realizing how they were putting themselves in a vulnerable position, because they hoped and believed that the person entering their lives, or the person that they were involved with, would be the hero that they needed to save them. And I think Spirit is definitely coming through to help this lamb find balance and kind of bringing them back down to reality, which I just heard Eminem go, oh snap, back to reality. And I think that this lamb is realizing that a huge part of their shadow is this fear of stepping into their power, this fear of being powerful and what standing in your power might look like. And I think that this lamb has been going through some really intense I just heard the word purges. And so I think they're purges of energy, where like this lamb person may find themselves crying out of nowhere, or just all of a sudden like having a deep, intense realization about things that in random places as well, like doing mundane things, like being like, this lamb could be at the supermarket and then they're like, holy shit, my boyfriend from high school was a mechanism to teach me XYZ. And it's this intense realization. And then you have, if you're the lamb, all of this sudden awareness of how distorted your perspective was about that connection. And so I think that this lamb is in the process of starting to see things clearly. It's almost like, with all of this color everywhere, it's like this lamb is finally, I love how similar this balance card is to the background with this lamb, because I feel like it's really going to show that this lamb person is releasing the thought patterns and the behaviors that were keeping them stuck in maybe a victim mentality, or the belief that they had no power or no control of their life. And of course, there's a lot of things that none of us have control over, but I think that this lamb was not aware of how they gave away their power. It's almost like they felt more comfortable forcing themselves to stay in a role of neediness and dependency on others, because that's what made them feel safe. And I think they may have felt very afraid of what might happen if they put all their power onto their shoulders. It may have been a thing where this lamb person thought that if they failed, then they were not worthy of success in the first place, or it would reinforce their belief that they couldn't succeed, or that they can't be the person that they want to be. And so I think Spirit is saying, in terms of this connection and this lamb's overall energy, they're recognizing where their distortions have been towards the wolf, where they have had distortions towards love or just relationships in general. And they're starting to recognize their own codependent patterns and are learning to release them. This is a really beautiful energy for the lamb to be in, because the lamb is taking responsibility for themselves and their own needs, and recognizing that the hero that they've been holding out for has been themselves this whole time. The Prince Charming or Princess Charming that they've been looking for does not exist. Now, with the wolf person, I think that the wolf person has a lot of pride and a lot of ego. And I think for a long time, maybe this wolf person has put so many burdens on themselves that they didn't need to in the first place. And I think that these come directly from their family upbringing. I think that they've had a very narrow way of living for a long time, a very narrow way of understanding the world. And the way that this lamb saw things in a lot of ways did fit with their worldview, but in other ways did not. And that was very challenging for this wolf. I think this wolf also would probably admit that they haven't been giving this lamb the time and energy that they deserve, or the thought of somebody being dependent on them really overwhelmed them. It's kind of like this wolf person felt like, or feels like currently, that they need to keep themselves distant from the lamb so that they don't hurt the lamb. I think that there is a recognition here that this wolf has a lot of power, or holds a lot of power in some way. And I think that's probably why, if this connection is in separation, Spirit has been creating that, because I definitely think that this lamb person is needing to recognize their own power and their own strength. But with this wolf person here, I think that they're also in a process of grieving. I think it's really fascinating that both of the cards that came out, despite being different chakras, are in cemeteries, are in graveyards. There's a lot of death energy around this, and I think that it's partially because there has been some type of death within this connection, whether it be a long time ago or recently, that has created a lot of change. Now, if you're with this person, I think that this death, so to speak, is an ongoing process. So you're still going through the process of purging this energy. But I would say that if you're not with this person, or if this is a past person, this wolf person is learning how to forgive themselves and forgive the lamb as well. I feel like they might have placed blame on the lamb that was not their fault to begin with. I think that this wolf has a really hard time dealing with any feelings of guilt or shame. And I think that when they feel them, they kind of go out of control. Like, they can't deal with that energy. And so I think that they've had like maybe one or two very specific but harmful coping mechanisms in terms of dealing with that guilt and shame. And the lamb may have been negatively affected as a result. So like, for example, if the wolf maybe had some addictive tendencies, and like drinking, for example, they may have said things to the lamb that they didn't mean, or taken action when what I'm hearing is they were blacked out, which is not an excuse, and I'm not excusing it at all. That's just something that they wanted to say. If it's you, then it's affirming that you know, when you black out, you know, while you may not be directly responsible for your actions while you're blacked out, you're still responsible for the consequences that occur because of that. Because, you know, anyway, I think they're realizing that there's things that this wolf may have done when they've been blacked out, or said to this lamb when they've been blacked out, that when they woke up, they just were so ashamed, or when they found out about what they did, they were just so ashamed they couldn't even face this lamb, is like what I'm hearing. That might be a specific message for some of you. I'm not really sure. But I think they're learning not only how to forgive themselves, but, well, they're saying also that they forgive the lamb. And I feel like the lamb person is like, what do you mean you forgive me? Like, I didn't do anything wrong here. And I think this is kind of part of the lamb's gaining awareness that the lamb may have said and done things that also triggered the wolf, that they may have done intentionally. Or this lamb may have said and done things that they thought were completely normal, but were actually, you know, behavior patterns instilled with them either by family members or close friends, that were maybe not in alignment with the lamb's true values, but the lamb took that advice because they could have been stuck in ego or trusting the advice of these people. And that was part of them projecting their codependency onto others. I feel like part of this lamb's problem was that they didn't even trust themselves to make their own decisions within this connection. They always needed somebody to tell them what to do or how to go about it, and that was a problem. I think this wolf forgives the lamb, like I said, but they're also learning to forgive themselves. And I think that they're hoping that the lamb will forgive them one day. Or if the wolf and the lamb are together, I think they're hoping that you both can reach a state of forgiveness and release. I mean, both of your energies are about completion here. Like, the past is in the past at this point. And I think for the wolf, they're starting to generate more creative energy, and they're starting to see the light in terms of like their awareness of self and their awareness of spirit and their own journey. It's definitely not as strong as the lamb's, but they're getting there. It's almost like the sun is just starting to rise. Like, they're just starting to gain awareness. Whereas the lamb has sunny days where they feel maybe super connected to their own inner truth, and cloudy days where they're really confused. But with the forgiveness card and the completion card here, I feel like this wolf is realizing that they can't change their actions in the past, and the lamb is realizing that they cannot hold on to the shit that happened in the past because it doesn't serve them any longer, and they're just holding on to past behaviors. And I think both of these two are about to start a fresh cycle, and integrate the lessons that both have learned from this cycle. So I think that's all I'm seeing. So let's go ahead and get into the tarot now, if that resonates. And we'll see how this person is feeling about you. So you guys picked the Everyday Witch Tarot. Looking forward to see what's going to come out here. There's a really calm energy to this pile. And I think that's either because it's been in separation for a while, so you both have had a lot of time to maybe get over and heal from a lot of difficult things in this connection, or this is a connection that like you and this person have been involved either long distance, or this connection has been on and off for a while. So it's kind of like there's a steady energy, like you know what to expect from each other. It's the vibe that I'm getting. Trying to do the dang bridge. I'm getting there, but I'm definitely not perfect at it. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and start. So, Spirit, pile one's person, the person they have on their mind. How are they truly feeling about pile one as of right now? Okay, we have the World in reverse. I just heard unfinished business. We have the Nine of Wands in reverse. What else, Spirit? We have Judgment upright. That's really interesting. Okay. Okay. We also have the Devil in reverse, the Two of Pentacles in reverse. I feel like these all want to be one energy, and the Six of Swords upright. So I'm going to hold them like that because I think that is how they are supposed to be. And then I'm going to get clarifiers for all these now. So Spirit, can you clarify the World? Okay, the Hierophant. Spirit wants me to give this one more shuffle as well. So I'm going to do that. Okay, so Spirit, can you clarify the Nine of Wands for me? We have Strength in reverse. Judgment. We have the Three of Cups. Finally, can you clarify whatever this business is? All right, we've got the Three of Pentacles. And on the back of the deck, wow, okay, we have the Queen of Wands. So what's underneath that? The Four of Cups. Yeah. Okay. So I definitely see the Queen of Wands in this case to be you, pile one. Doesn't matter what your gender identity is. This is definitely just an energy. But one interesting thing about the Queen of Wands that I want to talk about, well, Dongo the dragon is coming up, which I named the dragon in this card Dongo because a really long time ago I was giving a reading and it just got brought up. So if y'all remember Dongo the dragon, comment down below. Anyway, the Queen of Wands represents both Aries and Pisces energy. And I definitely think that that is really representative of the cycle that not only you're going through right now, but I think that this person is going through, because Pisces is the very last sign of the zodiac. It's number 12, and Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's number 1. And so I definitely think that you both have been going through a really difficult and long cycle, whether together or individually, that is leading you both now kind of out of all of this. But you're not quite there yet with the world in reverse. But how this person feels about you, I think they're so attracted to you. I think that they see you as like a beautiful light, someone that's very strong and confident. And I would say right now, if you're the lamb watching this, if you've had a glow up or you've been standing in your power more, I think that this person is seeing that. They're seeing your empowerment as well, and Spirit is also commending your empowerment. Any syncs that may be important, we obviously have a dragon here. We also have a black cat. But I noticed this recently for like the first time, even though I've had this deck forever. There's like a little, oh my God, okay. T, wow, okay. There's the King of Wands counterpart energy there. We have this little hummingbird here. So that could be a sign or a sync from somebody. It's honestly, this person may be making a plan towards you right now, but they may be unsure of how to get there, and Spirit might be trying to show them the way. They don't know the way. But I honestly think that they're not ready to know or understand what the solution is yet, because one thing that Spirit was commending the lamb for was broadening their perspective and opening their awareness. And the lamb's energy was coming out in the crown chakra, the spirit chakra. So it definitely seems like the lamb has done more healing and transmuting of energy when it comes to this connection than the wolf has. I definitely feel the wolf's energy in this King of Wands, where I feel is the lamb's energy in this Queen of Wands. But it can totally be vice versa. And this doesn't have to be a heteronormative connection. It's literally like, or not heterosexual connection. That's what I meant, not heteronormative. That's totally different. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm channeling. I'm not, Virgo moon, shut the fuck up, please. Let me read. Okay. Anyway, that was at my Virgo moon, not any of yours. Okay. So with this Four of Cups here, it's like Spirit's saying that there's a solution here that this person is not aware of, but Spirit is saying it is not your job to make them aware of it. In fact, it is not your job. You honestly don't even need to know about how they become aware of it. It's literally like Spirit is saying you just need to keep shining your light and being a bad bitch. The term bad bitch is gender neutral in this house, by the way, so be aware of that. But I've been so focused on the back of the deck energy, and I think that I usually take the back of the deck energy to be like the main idea. And I definitely think that this person feels a bit intimidated by you. I think that they, especially if you have like grown up or you're just ascending and evolving, I think that this person is like, I think it freaks them out. And I also think that it tests them a little bit, because I do think that this person, does like to, I think both of you truthfully like to feel in control, and you're both kind of intimidated by one another, and you both kind of put a pedestal on one another, or you both kind of put one another on pedestals. And I think that Spirit is saying it's time to kind of eliminate that and recognize that you are both still human. And at the end of the day, there are limitations to how much like you can directly impact something. But I want to go into the actual spread here, because I think that this person, if you've been thinking about this person a lot, I would say that this person has also been thinking about you. They could be watching you from afar or checking up on your social media if you have it, or if you have mutual friends, like checking in that way. I definitely think that they just view you as like, some of you may have an Elastigirl booty, which if you've ever seen The Incredibles, that's the mom from Incredibles. So that could be a specific message for some of you. But Spirit, this is not 18 plus. That's for the extended, okay? Save it for then. Anyway, so this person recognizes that your story isn't over yet. And here's the thing, because this is a general and a collective reading, your story may just need closure and may need a final chapter for some. For others, maybe this story never fully got to start. And so this person is saying, you know, that's what I want to do. I want to start a whole new damn book with this person. For whatever type, no matter what, like, this isn't over, but what will lead this connection to completion is going to be different for everyone. Like the semantics of what will lead to completion. But energetically, what leads to completion is what you both are in the process of doing, which is purging the past, healing your wounds, recognizing where your perspective was limited and distorted, and seeing where you can take accountability for your own faults and your own actions and behaviors. And Spirit is saying that this person may have just recently come to awareness that this connection isn't over yet, or that there is more work to be done here, or that I think maybe one thing maybe this person is realizing or has come to an intense epiphany about is that you make them really happy, or that they have a lot of fun when they're around you, or that for some of you, I'm getting the message that even if you can't be like romantically involved, they still at the very least want you in their life as a friend. Now, if you don't want that, Spirit is saying you have every right to totally reject that. But with the World card being here in reverse and the Hierophant card being here in reverse, this person is not trusting Spirit when it comes to this connection, which is why they're not really finding the solutions that they want in terms of how they should act towards this connection. They're still not fully aware. It's like Spirit's saying they're close, like they're getting there. I think it's really fascinating that Judgment came upright and the World came out in reverse, because that would be completely indicative to me that this person has just come upon a profound epiphany about your impact in their life. They may see you as soul family, or they may just realize that you make them really happy. You don't even need to be soul family with them. Like, they just see you as somebody that they have fun with and that makes them happy. And I think one thing that they find really attractive is your differences. I think they do like the kind of maybe like, I don't want to say power imbalance, because that seems kind of like icky. I don't think it's necessarily a power imbalance that they like. I think that they like the fact that you both excel in different roles, and when you both come together, then you both you provide strength to the other person's weaknesses, if that makes sense. I do feel like this person could be feeling a little bit, I don't want to say hopeless about this connection, but defeated by this connection for sure. And I think that this has a lot to do with either the fact that there's been a lack of like 3D action in this connection, or this person is just like physically exhausted and their brain is not right now. And I don't mean like in general it's not right, but I mean like they're just having like brain fog at the current moment because they could be very exhausted. They're not really in an energy right now, as I'm doing this reading, where they feel equipped to handle the challenges that Spirit will bring to them, should they choose to move this connection forward, or should they choose to revive this connection, or should they choose to take action towards you or this connection. I feel like they don't know what to do in this situation, so they're not really doing anything. This person is definitely focused right now on finding their own happiness and finding what will literally spark joy for them. I think one thing that Spirit wants you to know, though, is that for some of you, you may feel like this person is literally like the devil or super nefarious. And I would say that one thing that this person wants you to know is that they have, for some, I heard like I'm moving past my player ways, which like hearing that come from a player, if this person is a player or self-admittedly a player, makes me nervous to trust. So just be aware of that. But I do think that they've been humbled in a way that maybe you're unaware of about how they were treating people. Because with the Devil card and the Two of Pentacles here in reverse, I feel like one thing is that they didn't really know how to balance their sinful activities that they enjoy. I say sinful like this because it's like, is more so just this person sowing their wild oats or being young, because they do have kind of a young energy, and but I think that like they're old and they're young in the sense, which is kind of Pisces and Aries, because this person, you know, I feel like they had a lot of responsibility placed on them at a young age, and I feel like for the early part of their life, they did take on this really mature and responsible role, and then they started to get older. And then I think that they realized that they were trying so hard to do the right thing and to make other people happy and to follow a traditional path and do what was asked of them. And they realized they were completely miserable and that they weren't living their life. And I think that really scares them. And so I think that when you met this person or you experienced behavior from this person that was incredibly immature. But I think one thing that this person wants to say is that this immaturity was kind of a trauma response from betraying myself for years and years and years and being the strong one and doing what my family asked of me. And now in terms of in the past leading up to now, I realized that I need to have fun. I just needed to sow my wild oats. And, you know, the Devil can honestly talk about being too restrictive of yourself and not allowing yourself to have fun, being all work and no play. And I think that this person realized that if they walked away from you in the past, one thing that they're saying is that they could not create a relationship with you and continue the devilish energy that they were in. And I don't want to say devil like they're a bad person. It's more so just that they were exploring a part of themselves that they needed to, and they just so happened to meet you or be involved with you at the time that was happening. And one thing that Spirit wants me to tell you and wants you to be aware of is that when somebody is in these energies, their perception of the world is very distorted when they're heavily in this devilish energy. This is one of my favorite devil cards, if I'm being honest, because I feel like it's just so accurate. Like, you know, I can honestly see this being you and your person, and, you know, this devil energy kind of tempting both of you, right? To use these like unhealthy coping mechanisms. I tell people this all the time. Like, the devil isn't actually like a red man with pointy horns. Like, the devil is shit like commercials that have flawless bodies that make people feel ashamed for theirs. The devil is, you know, a culture around like binge drinking and drinking yourself into oblivion and using substances to deal with your problems. The devil is in the people that are in power, that tell you everything's okay and to keep going along the status quo while they distract you with food, money, entertainment, things that will satisfy your fleeting desires, but that don't really touch your soul or help you grow at all. And I think maybe what this person is saying is, I wasn't the only one being tempted by the devil, you were too. And when I say that, I want to say, like, you cannot view the devil as something outside of you. It's within you. It's within all of us. We all have devil energy within us, and and there's some benefit to it, because sometimes we can really push away fun experiences and fun things because we're so focused on the straight and narrow. And that's how this person was for a long time. And so they kind of, you know, they were on one side of like things where they were like, you know, the Avril Lavigne song, right? What the hell? All my life I've been good, but now I'm thinking, what the hell? And they swing to the other side of the pendulum, right? And now they're just going crazy. And I think that, or they were going crazy. I think that this is more past energy, I would say, because there has been a lot of change, and this was in reverse. And so what Spirit was saying, and this person is kind of saying, is like, I needed to do this. I needed to go through this. I needed that energy at the time. And that was the energy that I was in. And maybe some of you hold resentment for that person. But I think one thing that Spirit is telling you is you cannot resent this person for being at the place that they were when you met them, because it's not like you were in a perfect divine place. But also, even if you were, if you were truly like aligned with the truth that is in the highest good of all, you would have recognized that this person couldn't be what you needed at the time, or that this person wasn't showing up and being authentic in the way that you wanted at the time. And you may have not realized how you matched their energy, but Spirit's saying that you weren't either. And that's maybe not what you're not realizing. I think Spirit is saying that we align the both of you together at the time, or now for some of you, because you are in alignment to teach each other lessons and to help one another grow. But if this connection is in separation, it's because they were literally bringing you together to create a lot of tension and pull you apart, so that you're kind of cracked open and you have to see how your thoughts, your patterns, your feelings, your behaviors were contributing to the dynamic that existed, but also where another person's actions, behaviors, belief systems are, one, completely outside of your control, and two, totally not something that you can directly change. And it's not something that you should take personally or view as a fault of yours or as a slight against you, but rather as you're both just two humans doing your best, and you were both in two very different energies. And now you both are kind of finding balance, because I think that you both have been learning, whether indirectly or directly, to learn from one another's perspective. So I think, for the lamb person, they're learning a lot. I think maybe they admired the wolf because they thought the wolf was very strong or could protect them or could guide them and lead them. And I think what the lamb is now realizing is that they have all of the qualities of leadership, guidance, and protection within them, and they don't need anybody to do that for them. In fact, anybody giving that to them, what I'm hearing from Spirit, it should be because the lamb is lovingly allowing it, and not because the lamb is relying on somebody else to do that for them. Now, obviously, be realistic. If you're walking down a dangerous alley at night, maybe the best way to protect yourself is to leave that area, or to, there's practical things in terms of protecting yourself. But I think what Spirit is saying, you have the capabilities of protecting yourself here. And I think what the wolf is realizing from the lamb is that they're not always right all the time, and that their perspective is very limited, and that just because they were throwing their cares in the wind and doing what was right for them at the time doesn't mean that they don't have to take responsibility for how their actions affected others and how their actions created consequences for them. And so what I think that this person is realizing now is that they have to move forward from this way that they were living. They're recognizing, you don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. That's where this person's at. They're like, okay, I've seen all that I need to with a part of this journey, and this person is kind of moving forward from that. They're moving forward from a lot of their past mistakes, from a lot of their past behaviors, and they have a lot of awareness now of what was holding their happiness back. And I definitely feel like this person wants to move beyond any difficulties within this connection. They want to work on this connection. But I'm going to be honest, I don't know if they're really planning on taking any action. We'll see what's in their heart space and we'll get advice for you. But I think in terms of how this person is feeling right now, they're focusing on building themselves back up and seeing how they can move forward. And now Spirit is telling me, yes, you do know, because they just redirected me back to this back of the deck energy that I was so focused on. Wow. Okay, we have the Queen of Pentacles here. What's underneath that? The Six of Cups. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. One thing that I'm hearing from Spirit is that I think that you thought that you were ready for more than you really were. at one point with this person. And I think that Spirit is part of what you guys are learning right now is that you are multi-dimensional people, that you are not just an ooh-woo soft baby or a strong daddy that is meant to like protect everyone or to be the damsel in distress all the time. That you are complex beings with lots of different traits and strengths and weaknesses, and that in a true authentic relationship that's in alignment with your highest good, your partner is not only going to view you as an equal, but they are going to embrace all of your good parts and your bad parts, and you both will lift each other up rather than tear one another down or hurt one another. And so I think that this person, they know that this relationship or this connection is something special. And they know that if they want to come back, they have to come correct. And so I think that they are starting to recognize that they need to be more of a collaborator rather than a boss. There's a huge difference between being a leader and a boss. And I think that this person is recognizing now that maybe they were just being a boss and that they need to start being a leader. And they need to start trusting their own inner judgment and guidance. With the Queen of Pentacles there, I definitely think that motherly influences on both sides could definitely be something that has impacted the both of you in terms of how you see love and how you view love. So I think that part of finding balance for the both of you is learning how to parent yourselves, how to be your own mom and to be your own dad. And I mean, hopefully you have a great mom and dad that are willing to help you, whether that's in the physical or in the spiritual realm. But if not, recognizing that Spirit can be that guidance for you. Spirit can provide that unconditional love for you, and that you can kind of be your own best parent sometimes. I will say, in terms of my healing, I've been learning how to like literally parent myself the way that my parents didn't. And that's not a slight on my parents at all. They did a great job raising me, and I love them, and they did amazing. They did the best they could. Like, and they did a really good job for how difficult of a child I was. But I'm recognizing now that a lot of my difficulties were from being misunderstood, right? And I think that both of you have dealt with a lot of difficulties where you've just been really misunderstood. And I think that you two misunderstood each other and projected assumptions on one another that may or may not have been true. And I think one thing that Spirit is saying here is that when it comes to your own healing, you cannot rely on somebody else to show you the best way to heal. You can get guidance and you can get suggestions, but in terms of healing this connection and healing yourself is a never-ending process, but it's also a process of trial and error and a willingness to kind of change it up as certain healing modalities don't oh gosh, I just heard my guinea pigs fighting. Those guys are so silly. They're probably just running. They're probably not fighting. Anyway, your guides want you to understand that, like, this connection was never a punishment. You're not being punished, but you do both need to surrender this connection to the divine, because they know what's best for you. And I think maybe part of your stress in this whole situation has been like, you want to know what the outcome of this situation will be. And I think Spirit is saying you need to learn to become comfortable with not knowing what an outcome will be, because that's your ego just wanting to know and wanting to know the truth. But the truth is, none of us really know, because you both are responsible for taking action in the material realm, in the physical world. And it takes two to tango. But I'm going to see what's in this person's heart space, and then we'll get advice and we'll move forward from there. Okay, so Spirit, what is in Pile 1's person's heart space for them? Oh, yeah, wow, okay. So it definitely seems like they want to take the lead within this connection. I just heard from the Simpsons movie, I was elected to lead, not to read. Number 3. Except this is a number 4. But honestly, that makes a lot of sense. I definitely think that this person is recognizing that they need to integrate their higher self into taking the lead in things. And I do think that this person, this is the Emperor. So I do think that this person does like being the one to maybe kind of lead and guide this connection. And I think that in terms of changing the situation, they do want to be the person that takes the lead within this connection. Let's see what else. Okay. Oh, wow. We have 3. We have dedicated effort, healing begins in reverse, and the third eye chakra. So these are 2 6s. And on the back of the deck, we have open up, which, yeah, this is the 4 of Pentacles. So this person definitely hasn't opened up to you about their truth at all. I don't think that this person is very comfortable existing within their heart space. I think that the way that this person shows love is very grounded and practical, and the fact that you both showed up as earth signs, I think goes to show that. I think that this person kind of tries to keep their feelings a lot more under wraps. They're not really very comfortable with expressing their feelings, which is why only the 3 of Cups came out, because they're saying, like, you make me really, really happy. But happiness is something that this person fears, and also they're a lot less equipped to understand their emotional body than you are, is what I'm hearing. And so this person wants to take the lead, but they're not ready to open up about their truths quite yet. They're still figuring them out. And oh my God, I love how similar these 2 figures are. So maybe you look like this, or your person looks like this, or similar to it. This person is kind of just observing. They're waiting for the right moment. I definitely think that this person is strategic as fuck, because we saw that here. And with the dedicated effort here, I feel like this person is saying, like, I'm working on myself so that I can be what you need or what we need. But the thing is I almost feel uncomfortable saying with what we need, because I think part of your journey and part of your mission from spirit is to not think in terms of we, but to think in terms of you and what you need and what you want. And so this person, I do think that they see you in their future, but what they're doing right now is working on themselves to create that. This person is aware of steps that they haven't communicated to you that they need to achieve before you both can truly start healing together, which I think is really interesting, because we have this is the 6 of Swords, and we had the 6 of Swords popping out. So I do think that this person genuinely does want to heal this connection in a logical and practical way. They don't want to allow your passions or your feelings for one another to trigger or override that. This person is thinking in terms of logic and practicality. But what they can't seem to understand is the truth of your connection, because we have this third eye chakra here. So I definitely think that this person has a lot of dreams about you. They feel connected to you intuitively, in which the King and Queen of Wands, they are fire energy, which is funny because I don't typically have this many candles out, but Spirit was like, more fire. And I was like, okay, hell yeah, I love that shit as an Aries. But anyway, they want to heal this, but they're not ready to open up. They're not done working on themselves yet. They have their own master plan, and it's not up to me as a reader to decide whether it's a good plan or whether they think they'll be successful. I think right now they're just kind of in the process of getting to where they need to be so that they can help move this connection beyond what it is, whether that is to just reach closure, whether it is to reach a resolution that you're both happy with, whether it is to restart something and have a new beginning. I think it is really truthfully going to be different for everybody and what you both want. But we are going to go ahead and get you some advice now and see what Spirit wants you to know about this connection moving forward and what messages you need to hear. So Spirit, what do you want pile 1 to know at this time? What is your advice for this connection? Okay, so to start, we have surrender to silence. In quiet meditation or contemplation, let go and enter the stillness within. Silence can heal and replenish you. Yeah, I think you both have a lot of mental chatter about this connection all the time. And I honestly think a lot of it is your own fears and your worries. Um, and so you might struggle because you may get like intuitive downloads or intuitive hits from this person, from their higher self, or you may communicate with their higher self a lot. But this is definitely a lot more grounded in reality. The energy of this reading is much more grounded in reality. And in fact, one thing that I think I may be hearing is that this person has kind of been detached from their higher self for a while. And I think Spirit is right now trying to get them, one, to open up to their own divinity. And oh my gosh, we have the Four of Cups again down here. Opportunity beckons. Like, Spirit is trying to get this person to wake up, but because they have a very linear understanding of what they believe to be the truth or what's right, it's a little bit harder to get through to them. But one thing that Spirit is saying is that when you ruminate about this connection or you worry about it, Spirit asks you, that's when you need to go into meditation. And whatever way meditation works for you, whether it's doing like sound healing or doing legit meditation where you go deep into it, or just doing anything that will quiet your mind, whether it's like running or listening to music. It's like Spirit's just saying, especially if you're in a no contact situation with this person, Spirit is really saying you need to surrender to that and accept that this is where this connection is at right now. It doesn't mean that it will be there forever, but this space and this distance has been created or was created for a reason. And I think that you're already seeing the benefits of that, and you've already benefited a lot from, if you've been separated from this person for a while, I would say you both have seen a lot of benefits to this separation and how you've grown and changed. And if you've had spurts of contact with this person, and I would say that your own intuitive beliefs about this connection have been confirmed because the energy has changed over time. But if maybe you've recently gone into separation with this person, I would say that Spirit is saying this is all happening for your highest good. And now it's time to not focus on it's time to focus on you, what you need, what you want. Let's see. Yep, surrender worry. Make a commitment to not lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe, let them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart and have faith that Spirit is guiding you always. Yeah, Spirit is really saying, like, this is not something that you need to be worried about. This is something that Spirit has control over. And this is a lesson, actually, that I've been being taught a lot in my own work with Spirit. Like, as humans, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to like do everything right or be the one to get everything done, or put all the pressure and the burden onto ourselves, when Spirit is right here to help us along. And like, for example, I pray to angels a lot, and some people might have a hard time understanding why angels would even just go out of their way to be helpful and expect nothing in return. And it's, first of all, because they unconditionally love you, and like, angels don't have ego. But also, when you're not worried about things, when you're not wasting your energy wondering what will happen, wondering what can you do or how can you fix this, you're, one, showing Spirit that you don't trust them to work things out in your highest good, and two, you're wasting your energy. And one thing that Spirit wants you to understand is that when you pray to Spirit, when you surrender your problems and surrender your worries to Spirit and trust that they've got your back, it creates more space and more room for you to focus on what you can control and what you can take action towards. Divine timing is not a date on the calendar. It's created every day with your actions, your beliefs, and your behaviors. And so what your guides want you to understand is like, we are Spirit. Like, we are much more powerful than you tiny humans think, and we love you so much. And part of the reason why we're so hands-off is because you're here to learn your own lessons. But that doesn't mean that you can't pray to us. You can't ask us to help. We do want to help. That's why we get people like ASO to sit down here and ramble for hours, so that we can help you, because we love you. Like, because one thing you have to remember is that mediums, They struggle just as much in their everyday life as you do when they're not fully connected as well, because like every single human struggles with being human, okay? And so one thing that you need to understand is that spirit knows, sees, and hears things that you are completely unaware of. And they have so much more information than you do. They are more powerful than any computer. They are more powerful than any lion. Okay, like there's this YouTube video that I saw that was like, who would actually win 1 trillion lions or the sun? The answer is the sun. It's actually a really interesting video though. So just look up like science explains who would win 1 trillion lions or the sun. But like the sun is just a giant ball of mass, and it's like part of the universe and shit. And I don't really know what the point of all of this was saying, but like worry about what you can control on Earth, because the only thing that angels don't have is carbon. So like they can't make your food for you or do shit like that for you. They want you to focus on your earthly matters now, which is why you're probably both coming through as those earth energies. But what they want you to understand is that they need you to actually trust them and trust that they are aligning things for your highest good. And that's okay if you don't, but you're creating more stress for yourself. And the spirit is saying that there's an abundance of loving energy just waiting to guide and support you. But if you're not open to it, they can't help you. We also have surrender the habit of people pleasing. Speak your needs and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of always trying to make someone else happy. Yeah, that is part of your pattern and part of your lesson here. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender to the magic of who you are. We all have magic in us, even in the mundane aspects of life. Remember that you are a magical being with uniqueness and worth that comes from just being you. So yeah, spirit is really trying to hammer home that like a white horse, I think it's just a white horse. It kind of looked like a unicorn, but if white horses or unicorns are a sign, there's one hiding in the back here. And I feel like there's been a lot of like really subtle signs that are just hiding in the background. And so I think spirit is saying there's a lot more synchronicities. Oh, and look what's underneath that. Surrender obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or situation, turn the dilemma over to spirit. Doing so will help you bring clarity or even solve the problem. So yeah, spirit is really saying, give this to us, please. Like, we want to help you with this. You are not benefiting yourself or this other person by just ruminating and stressing over this. In fact, you're slowing this whole process down, if anything. Anyway, we're gonna finish off by seeing what things you need to forgive yourself for in terms of your ego, and see what beliefs are distorting your perception, maybe about this connection or about life in general. So spirit, what does pile 1 need to forgive themselves for when it comes to this connection? I'm taking this one. Okay. So the first one we have is, I forgive myself for feeling as though I must see it before it is safe to believe it. Oh, spirit is calling you the hell out. Sorry. I choose to believe that what I choose to believe is a powerful driver of my experience. Let me reread that. I choose to believe that what I choose to believe is a powerful driver of my experience, and it is safe to explore a perspective that is more aligned with the reality that I seek. We also have, I forgive myself for thinking that it means anything about me at all should one of my loved ones experience challenge. Wow, okay, let me reread that. I forgive myself for thinking that it means anything about me at all should one of my loved ones experience challenge. So if that sentence is confusing, I think this is just saying, I forgive myself for thinking that my loved one's problems are problems that I should take upon myself. I choose to believe that it is safe to trust those I care for to grow resilient through the experience of difficulty so that they may recognize their strengths. So exactly, I think there's an energy here where both parties wanted to save the other, and neither was even capable of saving themselves. And so spirit's like, what the hell are you guys doing? Because y'all need to, you know, the concept of when you're on an airplane, you put, should you need oxygen, you put your oxygen mask on first, and then anyone else that is dependent on you, you help them next. Spirit needs you to have that attitude there as well. And also, I forgive myself for attempting to draw conclusions based on the incomplete truths available to me now. I choose to believe that when I wait patiently without drawing premature conclusions, I allow myself to be swiftly moved what is meant for me next. And so, yeah, Spirit is literally saying all of your fear, like all of your ego responses around this connection are around control and security. So you feel out of control when it comes to this connection, and you don't feel safe within this connection. And that's the same way this person feels. And so Spirit is making you aware of the attitudes and responses that hold you back from surrendering to the truth of whatever this connection is. So Spirit is literally saying, okay, you need to believe in what your truth is before you see it. Believing is seeing, and refusing to believe in something until you see it kind of slows your energy down. As well as when you jump to conclusions when you don't have all the answers. Spirit's saying, we know, we see, we hear things that you don't. And you have to trust that some things are just not relevant or necessary for you to know. And it's okay not to know. It's okay not to know your next step. It's okay not to know where you're going next. It's okay not to know who you're going to end up with or who your forever person is. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is, what do you need in life? What is making you happy? What type of person will be best for you? Or are you even in a place to be open to this right now? And also, that you don't need to be fixing others, or you don't need to be people pleasing or helping others. Trusting that people are strong enough to get through their own challenges is the most affirming and empowering thing you can do for them. And that's part of the reason why Spirit put you two in separation, because I think both of you probably have really self-sacrificing tendencies that you would have completely just lost yourselves for one another. And it's just, that's so not healthy at all. And Spirit wants you to be two confident, happy, healthy individuals that feel whole and complete by yourselves before they align you with the people that are for your highest good. Notice that I didn't say before they align you with each other, because even if that's their plan, they don't want you to believe that that is their plan. They want you to be under the belief and the assumption that you don't know what is best for you, and you don't know what the next step of your life will be, but to trust that Spirit is guiding you anyway. And in fact, Spirit does know what will be best for you. Spirit does know what will be in alignment with your highest good. Surrender the need to know how and why, and instead trust that your gut is leading you where you need to be, because your gut led you to this reading, right? And I hope that it's giving you some clarity. And on the back of the deck, we have, I forgive myself for expecting others to carry out the experiences I feel would bring me joy. I choose to believe that each individual holds a unique energetic signature they were born to embody, and I best support them by holding space patiently without expectation. So this is another thing about not placing expectations on people acting a certain way, and instead creating a space and being open to allow people to show up in the way that they want to. And so when they show up in the way that they want to, that's when you can ask yourself, does the way that they show up align with what I believe to be good for me or healthy for me? Is it something that lifts me up, makes me feel good, or is it something that makes me feel bad or insecure? Those are all things that Spirit wants you to be aware of. But overall, Spirit is really saying you just need to keep focusing on you right now. Stay looking forward, keep moving forward, be like a Toyota, keep moving forward, and trust that where Spirit is leading you, you will, because here's the thing, all right, if you truly believe that you and this person are meant to be together or are destined to be together, things of that nature, then you shouldn't be worried about how it's going to play out. If you know in your heart that that's how it's meant to be, then you should be able to confidently just go about living your life and trust that Spirit's going to align you with that. Place that expectation on Spirit. Your guides can handle a little bit of responsibility. Place it on them. Tell them what you want. You are in charge here. This is your life. And your guides are merely there to help you. They're kind of like, what are those things called? Bowling. When like kids bowl, I say kids, but I personally like to have them there as well. Those little gate things that come up so that the ball can't fall in the gutters, I think it's called. and you're like the bowling ball, and so if you throw the ball and it can like kind of bounce back and forth between like the barriers instead of falling into the gutters, and you still hit pins. And so I think Spirit is saying sometimes it's in alignment with your highest good to have those barriers up and kind of keep you more divinely aligned on the right path, because we need you to hit the pins. But sometimes Spirit's gonna throw those barriers down and allow you to fall in the gutter and completely miss the pins, because that's what's in alignment. Sometimes you need to make a strike, and sometimes you need to completely miss the point. That's all part of learning, and it's all, life is just so much more complex than our tiny human brains can understand. But the universe truly doesn't make mistakes, and I think that Spirit is asking you to trust that they didn't make mistakes when it comes to you in this connection either. And in fact, you're exactly where you need to be, and neither of you have messed anything up. So pile 1, I am going to move this over into the extended now, where we are going to look at your person's 18 plus feelings for you. So if you've been physical with them before, this will kind of be how they view that sort of connection with you. And if you've never been with them before, then this is kind of how they feel like it would go, or how they want it to go. But if this isn't an 18 plus type of connection, then I think our journey ends here. Or if you're not interested in the extended, that is totally fine too. And I think I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. So I just want to thank you for exchanging energy in that way with me. If you have, if you're interested in supporting me in other ways, you can like this video if you enjoyed it. You can comment down below and let me know how it resonates. Both those help me in terms of engagement. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell if you are interested in knowing whenever I upload a new reading or video. I also have my merch link down below, as well as my social media. Please do be aware though, I have a lot of scammers pretending to be me right now. So make sure you only go to my social media through my links, because otherwise you may come across a scammer. I think that's all I have to say, pile 1. So I really hope this resonated. Thank you guys so much for letting me read your cards. I'll meet some of my peeps in the extended, but if you're leaving me here, thank you so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. If you guys chose the purple Chalcedony stone and the Luna Soul Tarot, this is going to be your reading. And yes, this is a new deck. Congrats. You guys are the first pile that get to use it. But to make sure, well, I guess maybe I'm congratulating you too soon, because we got to find out if this is your pile, right? So what I'm going to do here is look at the overall energy of this connection as it exists right now. And if it resonates with you, then congrats, you found the right reading. If it does not resonate, then this is not your reading. You can check the beginnings of the other piles and see if there is an energy that does align with your connection. But if you cannot find your connection's energy in this video, don't try to force it. There's probably just not messages here for you, and there's no need to create any unnecessary stress and uncertainty in your own life. You know your life better than anyone. So, okay, let's go ahead and start by looking at the first person in this connection. They are being represented by the mouse, and their energy is service and freedom. The connecting energy between the mouse and whoever this is the soul. The energy of the soul activates our connection to the part of us that is closer to the higher realms, God or the divine. And then the other person in this connection is being represented by the fire ant, chemistry in reverse, and dissipating. Okay, if you chose this pile, I need you to take a deep breath. So, with me, in, out. One more, in, hold it, out. Because this is definitely, listen, if you're in a connection that is harmonious and happy, this is not your pile with peace and love. You could have been harmonious and happy with this person in the past, but you're definitely not right now. and I feel my heart rate increasing. So I don't want you guys to be afraid of the messages that you're about to hear, because I think that these are really important messages that you both need to hear. Or if only one of you, it's gonna depend which one of you. I just heard Heidi Klum say one of you will be the winner and one of you will be out. And I feel like you both need to say auf Wiedersehen to believing that either of you are winners in this situation. There's no winners or losers here, so let's get rid of that idea completely together. For some people that came to this pile, you may have recently just gotten into tarot cards or spirituality or spirit in general. But what I'm seeing here is that person A, the mouse, and person B, the fire ant, are definitely not on the same page whatsoever. In fact, it seems like these two are really struggling to see eye to eye, if it's even possible at all. The mouse person, their perspective is very limited and fearful, but the fire ant's perspective is very temperamental and scattered. Both of these people are scattered, actually. With the mouse being represented by earth and the fire ant being represented by, wouldn't you guess it, fire, the mixing of earth and fire energies isn't always the most harmonious. A perfect example of that, I have an Aries sun, which is fire, and a Virgo moon, which is earth. And those two do not get along with each other. And just trying to navigate my daily life, I'm constantly being pulled between practicality and passion, right? Oh my God, and that's what you guys are dealing with. The pull between practicality and passion, or that's maybe one very difficult aspect of this connection. So I'm trying to figure out how to say this, because I don't want to say this in because it's not meant to make you upset. It's meant to help you create awareness. So one thing, no matter which will go into the individual energies, but what I'm really seeing here is whichever person you are seeing yourself as vastly different from the other person, or that you both are on vastly different pages. But the irony is you're kind of right, but you're also really wrong, because you both are on the same page in different ways. So I'll just kind of explain how. You both have incredibly limited perceptions of life and what you both believe to be possible right now. One of you is very fearful and the other of you is very hot-headed. And maybe you both are fearful and hot-headed and this is mirrored. It's honestly going to depend. But the mouse, I would say, is more ruled by fear, and the fire ant is more ruled by passion, whether it be creative passion, romantic passion, or anger passion. This fire ant is honestly, both of these people are a little sensitive right now, and that's why I don't want to say anything that is going to trigger you, but I am going to be honest. So if you do find my words to be triggering, that feel free to click off of this reading. You do not have to watch this at all. If you feel guided to watch this at a later time, I will be happy to have you back. But, stay in control of your own. You're in control of your own zone of awareness. If you find that this message isn't, if it's not resonating, then find a different pile, do something else with your life. But if it is resonating and it is triggering, make sure, you're not putting yourself in harm's, do what you need to maintain your peace, but also sorry if this message gets a little bit triggering. I definitely think that this is a connection that hasn't been working for a while. And I think that it's difficult because there's a deeper tie that you both feel, but neither of you are in a place right now where you're open to harmonious and healthy collaboration with one another. In fact, I don't want to use this word, so I'm going to use it and then elaborate on what it is I actually mean. I think both of you would call this connection a toxic connection. Toxic. But the thing is that you both may be projecting that the other person has a lot of toxicity that they need to work on. And what you're not realizing is that you both are engaging in toxic behavior patterns that then create a very toxic dynamic between the two of you. Now, obviously, if you're coming here and like, it doesn't matter what kind of soul tie you have to someone, abuse is never okay of any kind. Physical, verbal, mental, emotional, spiritual, any type of abuse is not okay. And it's really important if that's something that you're experiencing, you know, get help, call those resources. I specifically don't channel situations like that, but I know that this is just a video available to the internet, and there are people that have those experiences. And maybe both of you have past experiences with abuse, which is why it's hard for you both to break beyond the limiting perspectives or limiting behavior patterns holding you back. Because what I can see here is that you both crave out of life and with other people a depth of experience and a depth of connectivity that I don't think you guys have ever had yet. And I think the reason why you two feel really tied to each other is because either you two recognize that there is the ability for you both to connect deeper at a soul level, but you're not sure how to get there, or you and this person were put in one another's lives to recognize what barriers and blockages there have been, keeping you both from seeing your own souls and experiencing things at a soul level. Because I think you both think that you're more in tune with your truths than you actually are. Well, you may be in tune with some of your truths, but your fears and your egos block them. So, and what's interesting is that I haven't even been able to get into you both individually because there's just so much back and forth energy. It feels like just a volleyball game of like, he said, she said, or they said, they said is probably the most effective. They said. The fire ant person could have a lot of people, is likely much more extroverted than the mouse person is, and they may have a lot of similar people around them, whether it's family members or friendships that are not very productive for their own beliefs or their own highest good. And the mouse person, I think, let's be clear. I started off by wanting to say, oh, like the mouse is doing their best. But at the same time, I don't want I think there is a tendency to look at this situation, if you are involved in a connection like this, as the mouse person being weak and innocent and the fire ant being aggressive, dominating, and hot-headed. And I feel like there's been this energy of kind of villainizing the fire ant, and I want to take that out of it because the fire ant is not a villain. The fire ant is just as much of a person who has been traumatized and hurt and is repeating behavior patterns that they were taught by the people that raised them. You know, they're doing their best as well. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't excuse any behavior. It doesn't say it's okay. But I think on both sides, there needs to be awareness that neither of you are the villain and both of you contribute to toxic behaviors that do not allow you both to show up in this connection in a way where you can both be authentic. I personally get the vibe like a lot of you are together or in this on and off sort of cycle. This could be, it doesn't matter what it could be. We just have to focus on what is. Stay in line, Madison. Okay. I'm sorry. I usually call myself ASO in my videos, but I just accidentally blurted my first name. So sorry if there's any other Madisons out there that got freaked out. But maybe you need to stay focused too. Anyway, this mouse person recognizes that their fears are trapping them and that they are not. This mouse knows that their self-esteem is not healthy at all. And their sense of security, their sense of safety, their sense of wellness, their sense of importance is completely based on how they can help the people around them. The only thing that makes their life feel valuable is other people needing them. If they're not needed, what's their purpose? What's the point of them? Why should they be here? And a huge part of the mouse's life journey and realization is the fact that they were free this whole time and that they were allowing themselves to be stuck in a cage of their own limiting beliefs. I think this mouse is really afraid of what might happen if people did look in their direction or people did believe in them. I think this mouse is incredibly afraid of going beyond their comfort zone, point blank period. This mouse is afraid of going beyond their comfort zone. And I think that as a result, they maybe let things slide and forgive things that are either unforgivable in general or just need at the very least to be addressed and talked through. I think that this mouse maybe allows things to sit and fester inside of them and they don't admit to like what's actually going on or what problems are. And so one toxic trait of the mouse is that they grow a lot of resentment towards the people around them and may treat them kind of passive aggressively, but refuse to tell them why or what's going on. And as a result, they may have had difficult relationships in the past and with this person because they are very afraid to communicate how they're truly feeling. And so that comes off as passive aggression. But from this mouse's perspective, they're not trying to be passive aggressive, but they still are. So one thing that Spirit's trying to get this mouse to be aware of is that if you can't speak your truth, you can't expect people to understand you. And that if you're not even going to give people the opportunity to understand your perspective, then you're doing yourself a massive disservice if you're the mouse. If you're the fire ant, you're probably like, yeah, like they're always so passive aggressive. I don't get it. We'll get to you, okay? Sit down. Anyway, with peace and love, of course. This is all Spirit telling you what you need to hear for your highest good. This mouse is in the process of recognizing that they need to spread their wings and fly, that they need to get out of their own limiting beliefs, and that their life is not meant to be a life based on servitude to others, and that their worth is not based on serving others. This mouse may have really liked this dynamic, and in fact, this is a very, very, very specific message. And it's kind of 18 plus, so be aware of that. If this is not a physical connection at all, be aware of that. There could be like a BDSM, like dom submissive dynamic between these two. And I think that Spirit might be saying that this dynamic is maybe is existing beyond the bedroom, which is like up to you guys. Like it's your own thing. Like, as long as you're adults and you have free will, like you should be, and you're two consenting adults in a relationship, like do what you want. But I do think that maybe both of you are, if that's the case, I feel like it's quite possible that both of you are falling into these roles so heavily that it's creating an even deeper lack of balance. And it's probably making the fire ant feel overwhelmed by all the responsibility that they have, or feel like, we'll get to the fire ant, but I feel like for the mouse, they're having a really hard time even feeling safe to communicate. And if you are the mouse, I would ask, if you don't feel safe to communicate with somebody, is that somebody that you should have in your life? I don't know, because the thing is here, what type of connection this is going to differ. For some of you, this is the beginnings of a connection where there's a deeper soul tie and there may be a lot of lessons. For others, you both may be catalysts for your own growth to help you both evolve and ascend. For others, this is a relationship that you're currently in that is, you know, showing you a lot of lessons that you need to learn, helping you get closer to your own soul. But right now, it kind of seems like if you're with this person, you both are bringing out like literally the worst in each other. And I hate to see that for the both of you. And I think that you both hate that as well. Because with the fire ant here, their nerves are really frayed. I honestly get a lot of Scorpio energy with the fire ant. And even though Scorpio is water, it's still ruled by Mars. And I would say Scorpio is like the fieriest water sign, if that makes sense. But Scorpio is also very rigid and fixed. And so I think one difficult thing about the fire ant is that I think that they have a very fixed mindset, on top of the fact that they are very sensitive and maybe are afraid to admit that sensitivity. And so when they get triggered or upset, they don't like the emotional reactions that they have. And so I'd be willing to bet that this fire ant tries very hard to distance themselves from anything that makes them feel passionately. I feel like this fire ant has maybe been existing under the belief that apathy is better than feeling anything. And as a result, I think that they are feeling an extreme lack of connection to the mouse. I mean, with chemistry in reverse here and the mouse feeling like freedom, it does kind of seem like the mouse is desiring to either move beyond this connection or move or find a sense of freedom that they're not finding within this connection. I feel like the fire ant is feeling like they're not connecting to the mouse anymore. They're not connecting on a physical level. I think physical connection is really important to this fire ant. But this fire ant has a huge sense of pride, and this mouse could have said things passive aggressively or triggered this fire ant in a way where now they're afraid to be around the mouse because they don't like that they could even feel that strongly. Like it kind of seems like the fire ant has their set beliefs on what has gone down in this connection and what they believe about this connection. And this mouse, I think, is probably struggling a lot more because there's probably a lot of guilt and shame that the mouse is placing onto themselves, like it's all their fault. And I think that if you're the mouse, you need to recognize that it takes two to tango here. And like I said, if this isn't like an abusive relationship or something, I don't get that vibe. But my fear is that people may show up to this reading where that is the vibe. That is something that you need to like get help and get out of, because like that's not healthy for either of you. So I do just want to make that abundantly clear, and that's not something I would never ever support, sticking with someone or staying in something because there's a deeper soul tie or some shit. Like abuse of any kind is never ever ever okay, and you need to know that nobody is worthy, nobody deserves that, and nobody, like, unfortunately, yes, it happens because humans have free will. That's not a creation of the divine. And one thing that I do want to say, actually, this is kind of a soapbox moment, but people blame spirit, God, whatever you want to call it, on a lot of awful things like wars, sickness, shit of that nature. But you have to remember, God didn't do that. Humans did that. Like, humans had the free will to maybe make peace or to fight. And what did they choose? They chose war. Sometimes we blame God for our own, or spirit or whatever, for our own, the universe, for our struggles, when we may not realize that the universe is just trying to show us where we're resisting behaviors that could help us stop struggling. And I think that the universe really brought you two together to see, to recognize that both of you are not seeing yourselves accurately, each other accurately, or what an authentic, loving relationship looks like accurately. And I think that if this mouse person was constantly at the beck and call of the fire ant person, this mouse person is definitely in this energy of like, I'm done doing that. I don't need to be somebody's babysitter. I want to be a partner, not a parent. Whereas this fire ant is like, maybe this fire ant was kind of into this dynamic of being taken care of, and now maybe the mouse person did walk away from this, and the fire ant is now like, oh, well, I guess, well, I think the fire ant, like, their ego was really bruised by that, if that happened. And I think that they're under the assumption that the chemistry, they're trying to deny the feelings that they still have, and they're just pretending like they don't care, like, oh, okay, like, what's on TV, like, whatever, I'm moving on with my life. But this fire ant person is very easily, like, triggered, and very easily, like, they have a kind of short fuse. So I think that their coping mechanism with that is to just not address things, avoid them, and pretend like they don't care. And so it's kind of leaving the mouse to be thrown to the wolves, in a sense, where, like, there's no actual wolves, but, like, they're in the darkness. Because this mouse person actually seems to be doing what they need to evolve out of these behavior patterns and grow. They're recognizing that they want to get out of the cage of their own limiting beliefs and ascend and evolve beyond that. Whereas the fire ant at this current point in time is feeling more comfortable staying in what is familiar and what makes sense to them. They are comfortable distracting themselves from any deeper truths, and they are comfortable with seeing things as they are now and not looking at things too deeply or addressing them too deeply. And so Spirit is saying part of the reason why you're not on the same pages is because someone wants things to stay the way they are or not address them, and just kind of like put duct tape over a gaping wound, whereas this mouse person feels like if this fire ant's not going to help change this and doesn't want to change this dynamic and doesn't want to help me grow as well, then I think I'm out. Like, I need to find my freedom. So I definitely think that these two people are dealing with this energy in very different ways. And I think that that maybe goes to show how you both handle coping with things. And I think that you both are coping in the way that is best for you right now, but it's not in alignment to be compatible with one another. And I think Spirit is making you aware of that. Now, in terms of actions and what to do, we'll get there. But I guess we have to see how this person is feeling now, because I think that there are a lot of difficult feelings between the two of you. And I think right now, you both are getting closer to the truths of your souls. And you both have been holding up mirrors for one another to show each other the way towards that. But it's interesting because I feel like for some of you, you're still with this person, and for others, you could be moving on, or you could be considering breaking up or breaking up, and this is the vibe as to why I'm getting why. Whatever you do is your own free will. And if you're in a happy, harmonious connection, why are you still here? This is not your reading. Let me just say, with peace and love, like, I've had people before, I'll tell this story while I'm shuffling. I've had people before, like, and I'm not saying this because, like, oh my gosh, you hurt my feelings. I'm just saying this because, like, use a little bit of logic. I got this comment once where somebody was like, I hate you so much. My girlfriend watched this video and now, like, she believes that, like, I don't have feelings for her or something like that. And I was just like, and like, she's crying and I have to deal with this. And I'm thinking one of two things. Okay, so if that's the case, either y'all are not, like, it was the boyfriend bitching at me. So either the boyfriend did not do a good enough job of communicating to the girlfriend how they felt, or the girlfriend didn't feel secure in the connection and was seeking outside answers instead of directly asking her boyfriend how they felt, and it clearly shows a lack of, like, insecurity in one another in the connection, right? But it's the reader's fault when that message may have not been for them at all. I mean, they could be in a happy, healthy relationship for all I know, and my video could have created strife. But the thing is like, I didn't ask this random person to watch this video and see it. That's why it's so important. You have to analyze your own truth and know what your truth is. And when you seek guidance, especially in collective readings online, if you're asking collective readings online for any answers and you have no idea at all, you need to take them with a grain of salt. If you know what your truth is, collective readings are going to be way more helpful for you, because instead of wondering if what the reader's saying is accurate, you get to align with your intuition, know what feels truthful to you, and have readers confirm what you're already feeling intuitively. And it also shows you messages that are not meant for you, and it helps you know, oh, okay, that's for somebody else in the collective. And it gets rid of some of that confusion. But I think one thing that maybe we forget sometimes is that tarot readings are often a lot more effective when there's a blockage or an issue or something to be solved, rather than just cards coming out to say, oh my gosh, like, your man loves you so much, like, they want you guys to be married forever and ever. Like, yeah, like, that's great, but I mean, we're also here for growth and for guidance. And yeah, I guess I just wanted to tell that story because, like, remember that if things are going well, you can trust that they're going well. You don't need to be suspicious and seek out readings to validate that fear. And I don't know. I mean, I hope that couple is okay with peace and love. I'm sorry that my reading made y'all feel that way. I highly doubt they're watching any of my stuff now. But yeah, that's just something I want you guys to be aware of, because like, this is a difficult connection that I'm reading about, and I don't want somebody that's in a happy, healthy connection to watch this and then be like, oh my gosh, like, no, like, if it doesn't resonate, it's not for you. As simple as that. It's really so simple. Okay, anyway. Let's see, pile 2, Spirit. What does pile 2's person, how are they feeling about them at this time? Please. Okay. We have the 4 of Cups. We have Justice. We have the 5 of Swords in reverse. Yeah, this makes sense. We have Death. That also makes sense. So more of that Scorpio energy. We have Libra energy and Scorpio energy here. Spirit, can you clarify the 4 of Cups, please? We have the 8 of Swords in reverse. We have the 7 of Swords upright. We have the 8 of Wands in reverse. We have the 4 of Pentacles in reverse. And I'm actually going to shuffle one more line. So we have the Emperor upright. Finally, we have the 9 of Swords upright. And on the back of the deck, we have the Chariot in reverse. So let's talk about the broadest message here. So one thing that I'm seeing here, this person is saying that they understand why this connection can't move forward the way it is, or why. It's interesting because for some of you, I definitely feel like you're in this difficult connection with this person right now and you're trying to figure out what to do. And for others, you may have moved on from this person. So there's like kind of 2 different perspectives coming through here. So I want to start with the people that may have broken things off with this person or moved on from this person. And then I will get to the interpretation of how this person feels if you're with them or you've been in this on and off cycle with them. So to start with the first group, this person is saying that they understand why you both couldn't move forward. And in fact, they have ruminated over and over and over on what it is that they should have done better or how they could have been better. And I think one thing that they didn't realize is that, this is so interesting, with the 8 of Swords in reverse and the 4 of Cups upright here, this cup is above their head. And it's like this person either doesn't believe in a higher power at all and is relying solely on themselves to figure things out, or their thought patterns and their habits are so prevalent and destructive that it's stopping them from being able to see any other way or any other answer or any other opportunity to look at things differently. With justice being clarified by the Seven of Swords, I would say if you walked away, they definitely think that they deserve it. They're seeing where their behavior was really unfair and how they contributed to this harmful dynamic. They're recognizing that their actions have consequences, and they are experiencing the consequences, I guess you could say. They recognize that for some of you, if you were married to this person, I think this person is recognizing that what they may have done could have been a huge betrayal to your connection. Or so like if you're separating from this person, I think this person is aware of that. With the Five of Swords in reverse and the Eight of Wands in reverse, this person is saying that they lost. But once again, that's a distortion that they have, that there's a winner and a loser in a relationship. Literally, justice represents like the seventh house, which is all about partnerships and balance. And that just goes to show the complete lack of balance that was in this connection. Is this person, it seems like either this person, maybe only one of you had this mentality, and if it is, it's this person, but either both of you or just this person had this mentality of, well, as long as I win, it's cool. Like, as long as I am the winner, that's all that matters. And I think that this person recognizes how they allowed their passions or their impulsive feelings to override their deeper truths. They didn't listen to their soul in a lot of ways. And they're acknowledging that a lot of their actions were really selfish and unfair, and that they did probably create a lot of harm. And that was really unfair to you, I think that they're saying. And I think that they're saying that they regret their actions a lot, and that if they had done things differently, they're saying they wish they would have done things differently, but they're also acknowledging the fact that they probably wouldn't have done things differently because this is just how this person was. And in fact, it was only this connection ending and you not holding on to them any longer that made them realize how badly they messed up and how out of control they were, and how they were sitting pretty and taking for granted what you both had. I think you probably worked really hard to keep this connection together and aligned, and I think this person is realizing that they really took you for granted and they really didn't appreciate a lot of things that you did for them. Now, if you're with this person, we need to talk about that. Because this person is saying we can't move forward the way things are right now. Like, it's just not going to work. This is not something that is in our highest good. This person might feel like you manipulate them with your emotions. However, don't get upset at that, because I will say, I do think that this person is just uncomfortable with the idea that their actions affect others negatively. And so you reacting emotionally is not a slight on you. It's just they're projecting that insecurity onto you because it makes them uncomfortable to know that they've caused someone hurt. But I also think that if you withdrew your affection from them, they're understanding why, but they also miss it. But it's up to you whether you give that to them. But this person is recognizing that you guys can't move forward the way you are right now. You know, the Chariot can only be expansive and move forward if there's two balanced energies here. And as we've seen, you guys are not balanced the way you are now. This person would tell you that they hate the dynamic that you both have. They feel they hate the way it feels. Like, it feels very, it's not even like stressful. It's more so just like you guys are stuck in this constant cycle of bleh, and neither of you know how to get out of it or how to be on the same page. It just feels like a massive disconnection. And this person is saying, it's ruminating. They've been ruminating over and over and over and over and over and over, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix this. And I think what they're realizing is, I hope they're realizing this. If not, I hope hopefully maybe saying this will help them realize it. That they're not open to collaborating and communicating. You both hold everything in, and both of you tell each other little white lies all the time, I think, without even being intentional, because you're like, oh, well, it'll upset this person if I'm like honest, or oh, which that is not healthy at all. Like, you need to be in a connection where you can be open and honest. And if you feel like you can't be honest with somebody and you fear their emotional reaction, that's maybe not somebody that you want to spend your time around. Doesn't seem like a very healthy person. But I think the truth of the matter is, both of you are recognizing that your souls are finally speaking out loud to you again, or are making their energy known to you again, and this person again, and you're recognizing that you both are not very healthy right now. I don't think that you're very healthy mentally or emotionally. I think those are the biggest things that you're maybe not very healthy in. In fact, maybe one or both of you are focusing on like your physical health a lot as like a way to distract from the things that you can control, or as a way to feel in control. I definitely think that if this is a connection that you want to salvage, I would look into couples therapy or something like that. I really feel like you both need a mediator here, because one thing that this person is talking about is, especially if you're the mouse and you have any Virgo placements, Virgos can be really biting in their words and not realize it. And I say this as a Virgo moon. Like, I understand. Like, words can hurt. And I think this person is saying that you would say things to them and it would just make them fly off the handle and act in ways that they regret. And they're saying that doesn't excuse their behavior. Just because you said something that triggered them doesn't mean that they should behave that way. And they're starting to recognize that now. But I guess one thing that they want you to be aware of is they wish that maybe you would be more mindful of how you speak, because you're very good at saying the exact things that are going to push this person's buttons. And that is probably a problematic behavior pattern that you both are sharing. And I think what this person wants you to know is that they want this equal, balanced relationship of give and take, but they don't feel safe with you, and they know that you don't feel safe with them. I feel like you both are in the Seven of Swords energy. Like, the Seven of Swords energy is honestly balanced here, where you both are like fearful of one another. I mean, listen, I'm going to interject for a second, and this is completely my opinion, like, from ASO. As a person, like, watching this, like, I care about you, and this does not look healthy at all. And if you're in this connection right now, I would urge you to take a really hard look at this connection and ask yourself if it is improving your life or doing the opposite. Because a relationship should not have to be like this. Like, this is a very unhealthy relationship. I'm just going to be honest. And if your relationship is healthy, then this is not your reading. And I want to stress that, because the hardest part about this is that there's a group of you where there's a deeper soul tie here, and you both want to work through this, and you both want to grow beyond this. And Spirit is saying that that is possible, but it's going to take a lot of work, because there's a lot of pain that you both have perpetuated within this cycle. Neither of you are completely innocent, and I have to say that. I mean, it takes two to tango, okay? And I think that one thing that Spirit is saying is you view each other as competitors, as you don't view each other as a team. the power imbalance is just intense here, and neither of you feel safe to be open or authentic with one another. And so what I was saying about interjecting is this objectively, just like as an outside viewer, this doesn't look very healthy. And what you do is up to you. I'm just here to give you information, and I'm saying, like, with my opinion, like, it's my opinion, and I could be wrong. I don't know you guys personally. This is just the energy I'm feeling. But my mom always gives me this advice, and so I'm giving it to you guys now. A relationship should add to your life. It should not take away from your life. It should not add stress to your life. It should not actively decrease the quality of your life. Somebody that is meant to be in your life, or somebody that is going to be, let me not say that, not somebody that is meant to be in your life, but somebody that is going to be a good romantic partner is somebody that recognizes that their happiness is their own responsibility. You have to recognize that your happiness is your responsibility, and this person's happiness is their responsibility. And if you project the idea that the other person is the only one that can make you both happy, that's not a very helpful or useful dynamic, and it's not going to serve either of you. Also, a true, harmonious, authentic, loving, healthy relationship is going to involve two individuals who recognize that their happiness is their own responsibility, and that in this connection, you both are just adding to one another's happiness. We're not taking anything away. We're not relying on somebody to make us feel whole or complete, but instead we are recognizing that this relationship is worth being in because it adds to my life. And if this is taking away from your life, if this is harming you, if this is not in alignment with your highest good, I think that Spirit is asking you to look at this logically rather than with your emotions, because the emotions here are really hot and cold. But I think what it's going to come down to is both of your willingness to grow and change, because we have the Death card here with the Four of Pentacles in reverse. There's one harmful trope about toxic, quote unquote, toxic relationships like these is that if you two are toxic together, then it can never work. But if both of you are committed to making this connection healthy, committed to forgiving one another the past, committed to healing the past together, and creating a completely new precedent to set with one another, and work to heal what has been hurt, you can have a healthy connection with this person. But it takes a willingness on both sides. If one person is not willing to contribute to making this dynamic healthy, then they're going to sink both of you. And I feel that's important to say, because the fire ant's energy did show up as dissipating. And so I do feel like for some of you, this person, if it may be you, or it could be, or you might be the mouse, whoever it is, they may feel like this isn't worth salvaging, or they may not believe that they have anything to work on, or they may not want to work on things for whatever reason. And I think if you're the mouse, you have to know that, one, that's not a personal slight on you, that that's just where this person is at. But two, that if you are the mouse, you deserve the freedom to explore what a connection would be like with someone who wants to put in just as much effort as you do. And so I think that's where it's really important to remember that if a boat is sinking and one person wants to get in a lifeboat and row, well, no, let me say this. If one person wants to save the ship and the other person wants the ship to sink, the ship's gonna sink. So one person better get on the lifeboat and row the hell out of there and leave the other person where they want to be. Obviously, this is a metaphorical sinking ship, and there are plenty of boats that have sank that we did not want to sink, that could have been, well, not could have, but that we couldn't really save. But I mean, it's more so that the fact that if It only takes one person within this connection to not be willing to stand up and fight for it, and that's your answer in terms of, are they a worthy partner? If they don't see this connection as worthy of fighting for, and they're comfortable and they don't want to fix this dynamic, as like, and this is my opinion, again, I'm coming in, this is my opinion, you don't have to, with peace and love, run in the other direction, because this is just, you're just going to sink with them. You're not going to grow and improve. But like I said, that's my opinion. I'm not going to say that's from spirit. It has to be your own free will. But like, as I fully admit, okay, first of all, there's no tarot reader that's fully unbiased. Let me just state that right now. It is impossible to be a human and not have bias. We all have bias. And it is our job to actively recognize where our biases are and do our best to keep them in check and not allow them to stop us from viewing things objectively. And objectively, only you know what is best. But subjectively, as somebody experiencing this energy and as somebody that cares about the health and happiness of both parties in this situation, it seems like if you're in this dynamic now, it is creating a lot of strife. And I just want you both to be aware that if only one of you is not willing to change how you behave and make this connection healthier, it's not going to go anywhere, and you're just going to be repeating the same shit. So with the Death card here and the Four of Pentacles in reverse, it's like you both have to let go of your thoughts, beliefs, behavior patterns that have led you both to this point. And I think one thing that you both need to realize is that if you want this to happen, you both have to let go of control. The Emperor is all about control. And what's interesting is that there's bees in both of these cards here. And so it's almost like you both need to be willing to work hard at this. This is not going to be something that's easy. But if you both want it, then I say that it's worth fighting for. And if you both are committed to going about things in a healthier way and improving this connection, who says you need to break up? Like, why? Like, just because... All I will say is things are clearly not working if you're still with this person. And so you both either need to decide together that you want to fix or try to heal and rehabilitate the behaviors, the thought patterns, the beliefs that got you both there. Or it may be easier to cut your losses and move forward if you're not willing to put in that time and energy and effort. Whatever you want, whatever you choose to do is okay. It's your choice. It's your own free will. But Spirit wants you to be aware of how your actions directly affect your happiness, so to speak. Or happiness, let's not say happiness, let's say inner peace. They directly affect your inner peace. Because there's not a lot of inner peace here right now. And I feel like you both want to gain control of this situation. But Spirit is saying neither of you are going to gain control of this situation by expecting the other person to fix it or feeling like you need to be in complete control of the situation in order for it to happen. Actually, I think honestly, maybe letting go of control and asking Spirit or asking your soul what it is you truly want to do might be more helpful. But part of the reason why you may not have answers about this connection right now is because, like, just mentally you're so busy ruminating and worrying about what to do that there's no space for solutions to come through. So let's go ahead and see. I did this for the last pile and I almost feel uncomfortable doing it for this pile. So instead of asking what's in this person's heart space for you, I'm going to ask the cards, what's in your heart space for this person? Because I think that's going to give us a better answer of how to approach things. So, and then we'll get further advice as well. But in terms of the 18 plus, let me finish the reading and then we'll get there because it may end up being a bit different. So, Spirit, what is in pile 2's heart space for their person? What is genuinely... We have the Chariot upright. We have the Emperor upright. We have the Four of Swords upright. And we have Judgment upright. Now on the back of the deck, we have Master or the Devil. So I think what's in your heart space is that you genuinely do want this connection to get better. You genuinely do want to heal this. Actually, no, I'm actually gonna take that back. I don't necessarily think that. I think what you want is forward movement in life in general. And I think that this connection makes you feel very stagnant and like you don't know where you're going. And I think you're ready to take the lead in your own life and you're ready to heal. And I feel like you're kind of thinking to this person, either help blossom with me or stop holding me back. Because it does almost seem like this person is caging their heart, but Spirit is saying that this is the Ace of Pentacles and this is the Three of Pentacles. Reach out. So reaching out for help, I think that maybe both of you could look into professional help. I honestly think that if things are going to be salvaged here, you both need a third party to mediate and mitigate this. That is unbiased and professional. That's just my opinion. I think that could definitely help you both strengthen the bonds with one another. But I do feel like you feel like the other person is not open to sharing their heart with you. And I think that you want someone in your life that is, one, going to reciprocate how you feel, but also have a similar vision to you. And also somebody that will help you continue freeing yourself. I think that's really important for you. And so I think when it comes to your heart space for this person, I think you don't know what to do yet. And I think that's okay. And I think Spirit is saying that's kind of where you need to be right now. You don't need to know what to do, but you do need to take a time out and like breathe through this. And this is really just an energy of where I think your heart space is saying that you need a break, that you need to rest. Like in general, you need to rest, but also you need to just kind of not put the entire strain of making this connection work onto yourself and worry about this, because this is the Judgment card. We have so many major arcanas here. And so one thing that I'm seeing here is that if this person is not meant to be a major connection in your life, it's preparing you for a major connection in your life that is, and you're working through a lot of your unhealthy patterns and behaviors with this person so that when this connection comes in, you're not sabotaging it with those behaviors, or you're in a more aware place where you'll be able to show up in a more authentic and loving way than you were before. But it may also be that you're uncomfortable with sharing your heart space with this person. And I think if that's the case, that's something that you guys are going to have to work through. And I think maybe one thing you're realizing is that you have a big heart and you want to extend it to others, but sometimes you may need to hold your heart back if it's not, if giving love is only making your heart hurt. There's this really good analogy. I think it was Teal Swan that had it, but you want to give love to something. For example, a jellyfish. You see a jellyfish, it's so beautiful. You just want to hold it, take it out of its habitat and hug it. Well, first of all, it's probably going to sting you and that's going to hurt because it wants to be in its habitat. But also, if you take it out and hug it, you're probably going to kill it and get stung. And so I think that's a kind of good metaphor of how, sometimes we want to love people, but they're not in the right place to receive our love. And rather than being aware that them not receiving our love doesn't mean that our love is bad. It just means that our love may be not good for them and that our love maybe isn't what they need right now. And we have to recognize that we're all the masters of our own hearts and who we open them to and who we don't open them to. And I think this is a really difficult situation to be in. If you're still with them, if you're not with them, I would definitely comment down below and just talk about your experiences. But I think that Spirit is really saying is that the way that this relationship is cannot continue. And so either things need to change in some way. There needs to be an ending of some kind, whether it's an ending to the behavior that got you both here or an ending to the connection, but it cannot stay the way it is now. And I think Spirit is really asking you to recognize that an ending of a relationship does not mean the ending of your life, when rather it really means you're blossoming in who you're meant to be. And there's no such thing as a relationship failing. We get into relationships and we feel drawn to people because we're supposed to, because we have lessons that we need to learn. And then with some people over time, our connection to them fades and we realize we've learned all we can from them. For others, the connection hasn't faded, but something's telling us, oh, I think it's time to move on, and we have to trust that and deal with the heartbreak involved. For others, there are connections that we have and we go through difficult times, and after the difficult times have faded, we realize the love's still there, or that the love never went anywhere. It's so different for everyone, and it's so, and that's why I want to say, like, this advice, like, I don't want it to be generalized, but I do want you to know, like, just as somebody that's experiencing this energy and reading this energy, it's not productive for either of you the way it is right now. And so there does need to be some kind of change if you ever want to move forward in life in general. Otherwise, you're going to stay stuck. Your chariot is going to stay not moving. But we are going to continue now with advice. We'll see what you need to surrender. So Spirit, what does pile two, what does pile 2 need to surrender, please? Sorry about that. Does pile 2 need to surrender? Surrender your ego. Cultivate gratitude, be of service to others, and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility can further your goals. Yeah, I think you and this person have been in heavily in ego with one another, which case in point, the winning-losing attitude. Like, that's, no, in a relationship, you're not competing against your partner. Your partner's successes are your successes, and you both are meant to be partners, not competitors. Surrender the habit of people pleasing. This did come out in pile 1, so that's kind of interesting. Maybe it's helpful for some of you. You may want to check out that pile as well. But the energies are definitely a bit different. We also have surrender the habit of people pleasing. Speak your needs and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of trying to always make everyone else happy. Exactly. I think especially for that mouse, the mouse is really learning that they need to stop people pleasing, that their life is not meant to be lived just to help others. It's not conducive to their growth. We also have surrender outdated beliefs about yourself. Yes. Let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can own your power and soar in life. That's exactly what I said at the beginning of the reading, and that's what you both are doing. And I think one biggest thing is that you need to stop pay attention to the boxes that you put yourself in. Like, oh, I feel like I need to be an ooh small bean and not speak my opinions or show my power. Like, if that's an outdated belief that I feel like a lot of you have, that you need to let go of. You can trust that you can be soft, and you can also be powerful, and you can be kind, and you can also be affirmative, and many aspects of you can exist. You're a multidimensional person. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or a situation, turn the dilemma over to Spirit. Doing so will help bring you clarity or even solve the problem. So yeah, Spirit is really asking you to let go and let God here, because if you don't know what to do, the only thing to do is nothing. I will say, I mean, unless you need to like do something for your own safety, then do that. But like, if you're unsure about this connection, trust that you're unsure because you don't need to have the answer yet, and that it's okay to be uncertain. And instead, maybe just let things settle before you know what to do yet. Okay, well, I'm going to take this top one, but then I'm not going to take the others. So we're going to finish this off. Spirit was talking to me about the 18+. So the extended reading is 18+. I still have cards to shuffle, but Spirit wanted me to talk about this right now. Your extended reading is going to be kind of a surprise. I know I pre-shuffled cards, but I'm honestly interested to see what's going to come out there. I think it's going to be less so about your physical connection and more so about the dynamic, but I think that there are things If you feel called to, of course. I'm not trying to pressure you into anything that you don't want to do. But if you are interested in looking at the extended, I do think that it could be very illuminating and very helpful for you, but it may not be the steamiest extended in the world. I'm just going to be honest. But anyway, your first card says, I forgive myself for considering opinions which oppose mine as a threat to my self-expression. I choose to believe that I may show loyalty to myself despite the existence of opposing ideas, as only I can fully appreciate the experiences that truly nourish me. This is exactly, only you can appreciate the experiences that truly nourish you. And so you can't expect someone to understand where you're coming from when that experience wouldn't nourish them. You know what I mean? What else does pile 2 need to forgive themselves for? I forgive myself for judging the experience of emotions I would rather not be mine. I choose to believe that when I honor each and every one of my emotional expressions, I discover a deeper wisdom not accessible through reason alone. Okay, I'll take this one. We have, I forgive myself for feeling as though the only path available to me is one that has been paved by those before me. I choose to believe that when I take the risk to pursue what feels possible in my heart, I expand the realm of possibility for the collective. And finally, we have, I forgive myself for thinking I must look or act a certain way in order to be enough. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy and okay, let me reread that. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy. I can't say that word. Maybe the name Nate is significant. Or Natalie. If your name is Nate or Natalie, or you have any other name in existence, you are worthy. I'm just letting you know. Worthy, and when I allow every aspect of my being to be expressed without discrimination, I realize the extent of my brilliance. And on the back of the deck, we have, I forgive myself for feeling as though I may somehow mess everything up should I choose to trust myself. I choose to believe that every time I allow myself to gently follow my instinct, I strengthen my intuitive muscle and set myself up for future success. And I think that's really important because I think you are in the process of setting yourself up for future success. You're ready for forward movement, and Spirit is saying we're not going to allow anything, we don't want anything to stick around that is going to stop you from doing that. Okay, wow. So pile 2, moving over into the extended, we are going to do this person's 18 plus feelings for you, but don't be shocked if somebody else's energy comes through or Spirit wants to talk deeper about this. So buy the extended at your own discretion, and don't feel like you have to. I don't want you to like do it if you feel called, but I do want to say, like, if you're expecting like a juicy, like dirty reading, I don't know how dirty it's gonna be because this is pretty like deep shit. And I think, yeah, kudos though for getting through the entire reading, because I'm sure there will be people that like noped out and were upset. So kudos if you stuck through it. That just goes to show your strength to have me give these difficult messages and you accept them anyway. I think is really important. But I am going to move this over to the extended now. So if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you are interested in supporting me in other ways, you can buy the extended. You can check out my merch. You can like this video and comment for engagement. You can let me know how it resonates. I love to read your guys' comments. And you could also, what else can you do? You can, I think I said check out my merch, check out my social media. I think that's all you can do. Oh, you can subscribe. That would be cool, but you don't have to. What you have to have is a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this. But thank you guys so much for giving me the opportunity to read your cards and for not hating me for giving these messages. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose the orange calcite stone and the Rider-Waite Tarot, this is going to be your reading But to make sure this is actually your reading and meant for you, I am going to look at the current energy of the connection between you and this person. And if it resonates with you, congrats, you found your pile. If not, I would check the beginnings of the other readings or any other piles you felt drawn to see if the energy matches your situation better. If not, there may just not be messages for you in this video, and that's okay. So let's start with the first person in this connection, and they are being represented by the Vulture, Perception, I don't know, I want you to go down here, and Self-Worth. The connecting energy between the Vulture and whomever the second person is transparency. The energy of transparency supports our expansion towards a higher vibrational state of being with more insight, honesty, and clarity. And then the other person in this connection is being represented by the Unicorn, Enlightenment, and Caution. Okay, so I'm only giggling a little bit because of the energy between the Unicorn and the Vulture. But this is actually really sweet. However, where this connection is at, I don't know. I'm gonna say it's less likely that you're with this person. You absolutely could be, so I'm not gonna throw that out of there, but this is definitely an example of a connection where the two parties involved could be in separation, could be dating, could be together, could be like, it's all over the board. So do be aware of that. And I don't know why I said do be like that, but 420, I mean, if you're having fun, have fun. Love that for you. Okay, anyway. That was not relevant. So no matter where this connection is, the fact that you both are in this energy of transparency is really beautiful to see. And it's so evident in terms of how it's affected the both of you, because the other cards that came out, I don't know why that stopped. Energetically, this pile is already different from the other piles because I'm finding it harder to like sink into the channeling. Like my logical brain is very much still here and not necessarily in the way, but I'm having trouble entirely removing it and allowing spirit to just fully come through. So one thing that I definitely think that is occurring here is you both are kind of like slowly but surely clearing out anything that you have accumulated that holds you back from your truth or holds you back from more awareness about yourself and about life. Spirit was kind of giving me this image of somebody, you know how if like, well, this is kind of a grim example, but it's just the example. Let's say there's like a gravestone and you want to read the gravestone, but it's covered in like vines and leaves and dirt, and you got to like clear all that stuff away. It's kind of like you both are clearing all the vines and leaves and things that like maybe on you or that cloud your perception of your truth and the objective truth of spirit. And you both are kind of clearing that stuff away. One thing that I do see here, and this is interesting, and Spirit wanted me to make this distinction actually, because I know sometimes, and I've seen this in the comments, like sometimes people don't like the animal that they find that their energy represents. And I think that this is just like a human nature thing where we project like desirable things onto ourselves and reject anything that we don't view as desirable. And like objectively looking here, I think for a vast majority of you, you're going to think you're the unicorn, but in reality, you're the vulture, and I'll tell you why. I think a lot more people in this pile are going to be the vulture. Some people could be the unicorn, but I think most people are going to be the vulture. But I think your natural inclination when you clicked on this pile was to assume that you were the unicorn. And you probably have been in some past readings. But one thing that Spirit has been trying to get you guys to understand is that when these animal cards come up, I just use the terms unicorn and vulture just to identify you both as separate energies. And I find that using like an animal or something like that is an easier way to, I was going to say personify, but they're not people, kind of personify the energies of the piles. But I think Spirit is trying to make an important distinction that these vulture and unicorn cards represent current energies, not animals that you must identify with, if that makes sense. I think the beauty of like a lot of animals is that they, real or imagined, is that they kind of have very specific energies that are easy for us to understand on a, it takes the humanness out of it and allows the behavior to just kind of shine through. But anyway, Spirit is saying don't project your identity onto a vulture or a unicorn, and just recognize that these are energies that fluctuate all the time, and you can have tons of different animals or whatever it may be. But one interesting thing that I actually got is for some of you, you might see yourself in this entire picture. And if that's the case, it's completely mirrored by your person. And that is very fascinating. So if I get into this and you're like, well, they both sound like me, then I would say that this is entirely mirrored. And I wish I had all of the exact same cards to do that, but I obviously can't. So it definitely seems like you both are getting closer to your truths. You both are getting closer to your alignment, to what is in your highest good. Now, the vulture in this situation, whoever is the vulture energy, I definitely feel like they feel a bit scorned or like misunderstood by the unicorn person. Because one thing is for sure, this person has not, it is only very recently that this other person has accessed this unicorn energy. And that's an important reason as to why I'm like, because the unicorn does represent the third eye. And obviously a lot of people coming to these readings likely are more intuitive or have more psychic abilities. And I'm sure a lot of you knew immediately, like, oh, I'm the unicorn. And Spirit wanted you to be like, no, you're not. Here's why. Well, if you're kind of, yes, but for some of you, that's not the case. And for others, you're both. So they're like asking you to not look at the, like, think of the energies behind the animals, not the animals of themselves as a reflection of what's going on. But I feel like the vulture person, I definitely feel like they get in their head about this connection a lot. Whether they're dating this person, whether they are in separation with this person, whether they're in no contact with this person, whether they're at a physical whatever the case may be. This vulture person feels a bit like, kind of a bit like, I don't want to say grumpy, but like maybe salty. I feel like this vulture has healed a lot. Because they have. But there's still like a teeny tiny little bit of salt left. That's like still there. And this vulture person's kind of like, yeah, this is kind of annoying, but my perception around everything that has happened has changed. If this is a newer connection, I would definitely say that this vulture person may not understand why the unicorn person is into them. But they're recognizing that it's their own perception of their self-worth that stops them from being open to love, and they may just be very logical and afraid of that. But they're starting to become transparent with that truth. I don't think that's one interpretation, but the biggest vibe that I'm getting is that no matter what type of connection this vulture person is in this energy of recognizing where maybe they misunderstood the unicorn's actions in the past as a slight on their worth or as a determining factor of how worthy they are of receiving things. I feel like this vulture feels like the unicorn didn't give them the opportunity to like speak their truth, or didn't give them the opportunity to like clarify things that maybe this unicorn misunderstood. Because one thing that I'm actually seeing is that this vulture person is pretty intuitive, and claircognizance is one thing that's coming through here. But the difficult thing about having claircognizance, I have it as well, and I will literally confirm, sometimes when it happens, or a lot of times when it happens, it's hard to discern it from just a regular thought or something else. And sometimes you may get downloads and shame yourself for them. Or if you're the unicorn, then the vulture person gets downloads about this connection and might shame themselves for it, or not be able to trust it, because it's really hard when it's your own, when it's just coming through your head. Like, I'll give you the first example of claircognizance, because it's actually kind of, there's tea. I remember I was like 12, and one day I was just standing in my kitchen, and this thought popped into my head about this girl that I was friends with at the time. And I said, like, what if her dad is cheating on her mom? And I was like, why would you have a thought like that? Like, that's so screwed up. And like, that's so, I shamed myself so hard for having that thought. I was like, that is so weird. That is so out of character for you. Why are you thinking things like that? And as a 12-year-old, like, that's definitely not something that was ever on my mind. Like, my parents are still together and happy. So I wasn't somebody that was like, when you have a 12-year-old level of awareness, you're not, I mean, I guess it's different for everybody, but my awareness, I didn't think about things like that. I didn't think about that wasn't on my radar as a 12-year-old. I knew it existed, of course, which is why I was like, ew, why would you have that thought? But it wasn't something that I like ever thought about. So it was just so weird, right? And then I forgot about it. I shamed myself, and I was like, that's the weirdest thought you've ever had. I forgot about it. 3 months later, what comes out? Turns out my thought was right, and which obviously it was not cool. It was like, it was a sad situation, but you know, they healed from it, they grew from it. That's great. But the point is claircognizance, not the situation itself. The fact that I had that like intense thought, which some of you might be like, that's bullshit. That's fine. I'm just trying to give a clear example of what claircognizance can show up as, because it's clear thinking. And for me, it was just a thought. And the thing is that it was not even, the thought was not delivered through the voice of somebody else. It was my own internal dialogue, and that's what made it even harder. And that's why I was like, what? Like, well, it was kind of my internal dialogue. I don't know. Anyway, point is, this vulture gets downloads sometimes that they believe are their own thoughts, and it's hard to discern from those. I feel like this vulture has kind of turned their back on this connection. And I don't think it's because, well, it could be for many different reasons. For those of you that this is in like separation or something like that, the vultures turn their back because they don't think that this is moving forward, and they're kind of just focused on them. Because the unicorn person, I'm excited to get into their energy, but I'm not done with the vulture yet. I definitely think the vulture has had to purge a lot of wounds when it comes to this connection. Like, I feel like this vulture took a lot of actions that the unicorn did personally. I also think that they, you know what, Spirit is asking me to do this. I've never done this before, but I'm going to do it for you guys because I have the deck right here. I'm actually going to shuffle and ask for Spirit to clarify the vulture's energy and clarify the unicorn's energy. That way we can get a more, I need a little bit more detail on the both of you, because the unicorn person, they're just showing up as a spirit card right now. So, Spirit, can you clarify the vulture's energy for me, please? Haha, the moth. Okay. The unicorn, the hawk. Okay. Unicorn. Wow. Okay, so the unicorn, we had 2 spirit cards come out for the unicorn. What are they both? Who else would it be than the raccoon? Of course. Sir Rack, you may stay right here. Okay. So the vulture is awakening in a way. But the vulture's gone through many awakenings, let's be clear. That's what I was looking for. I think this vulture has wanted to be honest. Okay, I will say this. I do not think that these two are together, at the very least. This definitely seems like 2 people that are not on the same page and either have gone through difficulties or are possibly dating. it doesn't seem like this is like two people that are in a confident, strong connection with one another. It seems like two people that have a lot of have a lot of feelings for one another, but for whatever reason, be it the intensity, be it the misunderstandings, past events, whatever it may be, the energy around this connection is shifting. And for the vulture, I think there's a lot of things that they've wanted to be honest about. The shark, to me, always talks about speaking your truth and emotional truths. And I think this vulture has been aware of their truth emotionally, but they haven't really been able to do anything with it. And by that, I mean this vulture person, they, sorry if my water tank is super annoying. I'm doing laundry. This vulture felt stagnant for a really long time when it comes to this connection, because it seems like this connection wasn't moving forward. They knew the truth of their feelings, but they didn't really know how to move on with their life or move forward with their life, because they're like either healing from whatever happened, or they're just unable to move forward, or they feel like they can't move forward until they know where this person is at, or they get answers or an explanation from this other person. And I think this vulture is finally awakening to the truth of the matter, which is shown with this moth and this shark, is that this vulture, truths can coexist. And I think this vulture is realizing that while they would love to come rushing over here to this unicorn, they can't force this unicorn to take any actions. And one thing that I am seeing here is that this unicorn, for sure, is just as shy when it comes to being up front with this vulture. Both of you are intimidated by each other. That's what I'm going to say. With this raccoon being here, both of you are in hiding. Neither of you are showing your true selves here. And both of you are kind of wild when it comes to this connection. You know, one thing I love about raccoons is that they can't be domesticated, and I just think that's really badass. And I think both of you are kind of wild, and I think that's why you both were attracted to one another. That's why you both can't get one another out of your own minds, and that's why you feel drawn to one another. But I think one thing that maybe this vulture lost sight of was that they can't move back and still move forward. And so while part of them wants to, you know, move over here, move towards this unicorn, I think this unicorn was making it abundantly clear to the vulture that they did not want anything more, or maybe they, you know, just ghosted or flew in the opposite direction, or just could not give the vulture what the vulture wanted. And I think that's more a unicorn's perception. I definitely think this unicorn puts a lot of pressure on themselves that is like really unnecessary. But I think this vulture kind of finally realized that their perception of themselves is something that changes as they heal their heart. And I think that their perception of the situation has changed a lot as they've healed their heart. And I think that they are recognizing a lot of things that they took as slights were on them, and like a lot of the unicorn's actions they took very personally. And what the universe is trying to get the vulture to realize is that these actions were never meant to make the vulture feel worthless about themselves. In fact, the exact opposite. They were to show the vulture that they are worth so much more, that they are worth better treatment. And I think this vulture is finally at the point where they're realizing now, my feelings about this person, as I talk about animals, are not going to change, but that's not going to stop me from continuing to ascend and evolve and become more enlightened. This vulture is following the light, you know, like a moth to a flame. They are literally finding their light and continuing to illuminate their path, and they're gaining more clarity. But what's fascinating is that this black color permeates every single card with this unicorn person. And I almost want to call them the hawk, because y'all have a lot of bird imagery, I guess. But that air imagery, it's definitely an intellectual connection that you both have. And I definitely think that this vulture may have misunderstood why this, for some of you, this hawk flew away, or why this person walked away from this connection, or maybe left. This unicorn could have left the vulture high and dry. And I think the song High and Dry, I think it's by Radiohead. But it could be another band, I forget. But that might be a song that's significant. And I did talk about 420 in the beginning of this reading, so, you know. Anyway, this vulture is recognizing now that the truth of their feelings is not going to change, but that they deserve better, they deserve more, and that they are not going to allow the past to hold them back, that they're not going to allow someone else's actions to determine how they feel about themselves. And so while this vulture may want to kind of address things with this unicorn person, they've kind of made peace with the situation, in the sense that they can't really, there's a lot outside of their control, and they know that there's things that need to be clarified, but they're learning how to trust in spirit, to trust that this process will happen naturally, and they're making peace with what is instead of stressing over what isn't. Now, moving over to this hawk unicorn person, I'm going to move these cards out of the way first, and then we'll kind of get into them deeper. This unicorn person is awakening to this connection, if I'm going to be completely honest. And if you've been in separation for a really long time, you might be like, seriously, I've heard that a million times. But you have to understand that awakening is a process. So their first level of awakening may have been, I have interest in the vulture. And their second level may have been, my feelings around the vulture are intense, or I don't like how I feel how I feel when I'm around the vulture. And then it might be, turns out my intense feelings make me really uncomfortable. They're awakening to that. Then like, awakening is a process, and the way in which we awaken to our own truths is pretty gradual, and it usually kind of well, that's not true. Sometimes it like slaps you in the face, like the Judgment card. It just comes out like guns blazing, like, here I am, here's your awakening, here's your truth. But other awakenings are subtle and happen slowly over time. And I think one thing that has changed is that this unicorn person, their third eye is opening. The unicorn represents the third eye. And I think one thing that they are realizing is that they pushed away a good thing, or they haven't been willing to fully hear the vulture out, because the energy that exists between the two of them is either so intense or so like just discombobulating, to the point where it makes this unicorn person feel like they're out of control. I'm gonna be honest, the unicorn, hawk, and the golden egg, or black egg, I meant to say golden, never mind. I don't think any of these animal cards, for example, would describe how this type of person is. And so their energy is a bit harder to place, which is why the vulture gives me more insight about who the unicorn person truly is, or what has happened between them, because the vulture person is kind of more... The vulture person understands the timeline of the situation better. I feel like the hawk person, hawk unicorn person, I'm so sorry, me using all of these different words is going to get confusing. We'll just call them the unicorn person. This unicorn person, they did what they needed to at the time, right? But they've been going through a lot of their own experiences that have, one, been helping them develop more confidence in themselves, because one thing that I am seeing here is that I feel like when I was like kind of subtly, I wasn't roasting you guys, but I was saying like, you're probably the vulture, not the unicorn, because like I just kind of knew that was going to happen. I do feel like you are not wrong, because I feel like this person, well, if you're the vulture, not if you're the unicorn, but if you're the vulture, you're not wrong in thinking that you are the unicorn, because your person does see you that way. But you see yourself in a worse light than they do, if I'm going to be honest. And I think that's a bigger reason as to why the vulture is there. Like, there's still part of you that's not fully over the situation. But if you see, like, their energy is around you all the time. Because one thing I was noticing is all of this, like, especially in the unicorn, you know, most of the background is black. And so here, there's a lot more, like, and what's interesting in yours is that all yours, this isn't necessarily yours. I'm sorry I keep saying yours. So I'm going to say that it's probably likely that a good majority resonate with this pile or this side. If I keep saying yours, I'm so sorry, especially if you are the unicorn person and you're like, I'm not the vulture. I'm so sorry. the vulture person knows that they got to get out of the darkness. Like, I just heard Are We Out of the Woods Yet or Out of the Woods by Taylor Swift. That might be a song that's relevant. But it's like this vulture person is like, I'm ascending, I'm walking towards the light. Like, I don't know what that other person is doing. I can't change how I feel about them, but I care about myself enough and love myself enough to know that I gotta keep following what's right for me. And the fact that we have only air and water and spirit here is really showing me that this connection, like a lot energetically, this connection exists very much on the astral, telepathically. I feel like you both send one another thoughts. I also think the intellectual connection between the two of you is kind of unmatched, but it's interesting to have this raccoon on the back of the deck because that's Earth. And so I definitely think that you both are kind of avoiding each other or hiding from each other or not really facing this situation in the 3D and are kind of just waiting for the energies to align in the right way. But the fact that we have transparency coming through, the fact that this vulture, ever since this connection either started or since shit went down that like hurt the vulture, and I'm sure it hurt the unicorn person too, but like the vulture's energy is just coming through so much more strongly, and we'll get into why, but that's why I feel like a lot of you are probably going to resonate more with this side. This vulture person has kind of been more aware of the energies and has been working more to ascend and evolve and heal from this, whereas the unicorn has maybe been kind of running from this and running from the energies they felt about it and their own truth about it. But as they've become more confident in themselves, they're starting to be able to open up to energies that they were not able to open up to before, which is part of their awakening. But they're still afraid because your energy is very disarming to them. Like, they're not able to feel in control, and it's really uncomfortable for them. But the hawk, I'm gonna grab the book because I think it talks about like great change. And the black egg is all about speaking your truth. So I feel like this person is really close to like wanting to say something. So if you're the unicorn, I think that if you're the unicorn and not the vulture, then I would say that you've probably had an intense spiritual awakening as of recently, or your feelings about this vulture person have changed a great deal or have evolved a great deal, or your awareness of how strong the connection is has become a lot more intense. And I think that you're kind of realizing that this person is in some way aligned with your own inner truth and your psychic abilities, and they've definitely helped you awaken those. But where the Sam heck is the little book that talks about, oh there it is. Because I want to see what the hawk says, because I forget. It talks about being like a harbinger of change and shit like that, and so I think it's watchful, all-seeing messenger of divinity. The sharp eyes of the hawk watch our every move. This keen-eyed bird has the ability to see every little detail as well as the bigger picture. When this card appears, fate has its eyes on you, and the winds are shifting. It is said that the hawk carries news upon its wings and is sent from divinity itself to deliver it. The message should not be taken lightly. Though it may seem small or insignificant, it will eventually redirect your course. And so when it's in balance, it sees clearly and it's intuitive. But when it's out of balance, it sees too much and it's suspicious, which makes sense with that cautious energy. But to bring into balance is a perspective shift. And if you'll see, the vulture person already brought that into balance, which is why it would also make sense that if you're completely resonating with all of this, that it's totally mirrored. Because as you have perception shifts, this person has perception shifts and vice versa. Anyway, but that's only if all of this energy is mirrored, by the way. But for this person, Spirit's kind of giving them like the WWE SmackDown version of like, you can't ignore our syncs anymore. Like they're like refusing at this point. And as a result, this person is having massive like throat and third eye chakra, like, I hear the word upgrades, but I don't think anything's necessarily being upgraded. I think that things are just, blockages are being removed. And this person and Spirit is, because I think you both are really mental. Just like, let me not say mental. You both are really cerebral, and you both are just thinkers. And so this person is finally, Spirit is like smacking down their thought patterns and awakening them to things and helping them to find their own enlightenment. And as a result, they're becoming more aligned with your energy, which is freaking them out. But they're kind of on this crazy, or if you're this hawk person, unicorn person, you're probably maybe very uncomfortable right now with like what is happening here, or like why all of this stuff is happening. In fact, like I'm getting like really hot. Like I need to take my hoodie off. It's almost like, yeah, like, oh my gosh, Spirit's so funny. I wish y'all could like hear what was happening in my head, because like I just heard, it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Like, this is not the extended Spirit. I've had to say this, I think, in every pile, where Spirit's just like a little bit too excited to get to the extended. Anyway, this person is starting to believe in themselves more. They're starting to awaken and become enlightened in their own way. And as a result, they are having more awareness about this perception. I meant to say more awareness about this connection with this transparency card. But this is all kind of happening, interestingly. A lot of this seems to be happening on the astral and like in your own mental and emotional bodies. Not a lot is happening physically, because you both are kind of hiding from one another. But with the dolphin coming out here, this talks about like healing and intuitive abilities and fun and joy and play. And that's something, I think that's something that you both always knew. Because like, here's the thing, I think that you both feel really happy around one another. I think that you both feel like life is more fun, more playful. You're happy and you feel like you're on the right path when you're around this person. And vice versa. But I think that scares the living shit out of both of you. And so like maybe you're on the younger side, or maybe you're just not ready for something like that, or the intensity of this connection is just something that is too much. But I would say, like, if you're dating this person, or if you're like in a relationship with this person, I think that they're only starting to awaken to maybe some of the deeper aspects of your connection if they're the unicorn person. But if they're the vulture person, if you're the vulture person, then I think that you're awakening to how your own insecurities or fears messed with your perception of this connection. So I think that's all I have for the energy of this connection. So if that resonates, let's get into the tarot. I guess just making my life easier and putting those back in the deck now so I don't have to later. But I've never done that before, so I hope that resonated. I love when Spirit makes me like impulsively do things, but now I kind of feel bad because my bracelets might be kind of distracting. I might take them off if they get distracting, but we'll see. Who knows? I might get cold and have to put my hoodie back on. But you guys chose to use the Rider-Waite deck, which makes me really happy because this is my very first tarot deck. And I don't know, I've just been using her a lot lately, and I've been really enjoying it. I forgot. One of the shitty things about having ADHD is that I forget, like I have horrible short-term memory, and then on top of it, while I'm channeling, I'm only like half here. So I totally don't remember if I cut the deck into threes, and I always do that. So if I just cut the deck into threes twice, sorry. But I'm only half present here. We'll do a couple more. Spirit just like really wants me to give the deck a good shuffle. I'm also practicing my bridge, so you know, I wanna bone up on my skills. That was a better one. I'm proud of that one. I feel like we could start now. Okay. So, Spirit, how is pile three's person currently feeling about them? So we have the Four of Swords. We have the Five of Pentacles. Okay, I'm hearing a song in my head and I have no idea what it is. I've never heard it in my life, but it's something about, well, now a song that I do know is coming through. Tainted Love by somebody. I can't remember. It's an 80s song, though. Okay, we also have the Emperor, which makes sense because I just heard in my head, like, sometimes I feel I've got to run away. You know, that's that song. And this is kind of making sense. Okay, we have Aries energy with the Emperor. Kind of more Aries energy with the Fool in reverse. What else, Spirit? The Knight of Cups in reverse. That's so weird. I was thinking about the Knight of Cups in reverse. Wondered if it was going to come out. We have Justice coming out upright. How else is this person feeling, Spirit? We have the Knight of Swords in reverse. We have the Three of Wands in reverse. We have the Eight of Wands in reverse. One more, Spirit. All right. Four of Wands upright. Okay, and on the back of the deck is the Six of Swords. Chariot in reverse. Okay. That Chariot in reverse wasn't really important. That was just me making like a note for myself. So how's this person feeling about you? Well, I think that you both want to move beyond whatever has happened here, and I would say that is definitely mirrored. In terms of this person, though, let's take it directly from their perspective. This person is definitely still healing. But honestly, like, I don't really think that... I think when it comes to whatever has happened within this connection, like, that has been healed. I think that this person is just more so, like, trying to heal things that have nothing to do with you and everything to do with them, but they're important things to heal because they have to do with how this person shows up in a connection. Because one thing that I'm hearing is that either a past relationship of theirs really messed them up and they're still not ready to kind of be open to something new, or this person is aware of the fact that if they want something serious, like the fact that we have the Four of Wands here and Justice, like that always makes me think of like marriage, and maybe that's this person either sees you as the one or wants to take this connection to a higher level of commitment. I definitely think this person is like, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet, or they don't know what to do, so they're not doing anything. But there's also like, there's more reasons as to why they're not taking action. But this person has a lot of pride. That's one thing I will say. But they almost feel like right now it's fair to you if they just focus on their healing. Like that is what they feel called to do. That is what they think that they need to do, because there is a lot with their mindset that does not aid them or benefit them. Now with the Five of Pentacles here, clarified by the Knight of Swords in reverse, I think this person really misses you or really misses talking to you, but they wouldn't admit it. In fact, I think they think about doing that all the time, but they get really afraid of saying something really stupid or saying the wrong thing. I also think one thing that holds them back from communication is their financial status or their perceived financial status. Because for some of you, because the Emperor is a very powerful energy. And I feel like this person is probably better off than they think they are, but they're probably very hard on themselves and think that they don't have enough right now to be enough for anyone. They may equate their worth with how much money they have in the bank. But the biggest thing that I'm seeing here is that this person is not yet ready to surrender. And by surrender, I mean to let go of control of this connection. And by not taking action towards it, they stay in control. And while, yes, they do want to move forward and they do want to work on this connection, they don't want to lose control. And I think what really scares them is the fact that they can't control you, and they know that, and that's very intimidating to them. And because they feel so intensely and so strongly for you, that is a very scary feeling. Like knowing that things could end poorly, or with this, it's almost like, listen, after my last ex, like this person could be saying like, I'm still recovering from that. Like I still have messed up thought patterns, beliefs, and issues that I'm working on. This person has yet to have their awareness expanded in the sense that they're honestly, even though swords are more communication, sometimes the Three of Wands can talk about incoming communication. And one thing that I actually feel like this person is intentionally withholding this communication from you. And I would be like, that's really messed up and manipulative, but it's not. But they're not doing it to get a reaction out of you. They're doing it to prevent themselves from reacting in a way that they view as not okay, which I think is honestly just displaying emotion or expressing desire. I think it's really interesting. Like this orange calcite is like the most different stone out of all of these stones. And I definitely think that this person has so much desire for you, and they hate that. They hate that they can't control it, that they can't get rid of it. I think that's been something that's almost like triggering for them, because typically they do feel in control in a lot of ways. And they don't want to be unfair to you, because the thing is that they see you so highly, and that's kind of part of why they hold back, because you scare them. Like your energy is so intense. You are so intense, no offense. But this person is intense too, so they don't have any room to talk. Like with this Aries energy, are you kidding me? Anyway, they know that y'all could have like a fresh start or move forward if they wanted to, and they don't feel ready yet. They still feel out of control in a lot of ways. And they don't want to pursue this connection until they feel in control. Honestly, I would be willing to bet that they view you as an empress type. That doesn't mean that doesn't matter what your gender identity is, but I think that they see you as very attractive, very fertile. God, Spirit, stop talking about being submissive and breedable. Save it for the extended. Anyway, with peace and love. Like, I'm telling you, and this is not the only pile where Spirit has, like, been joking about that phrase, and I'm just like, listen, it's so funny, but not the time. Little bit later. You know what I mean? Anyway, part of the reason they withhold communication is because they don't know what might happen if they let their guard down, and if you guys do move forward, because this person could see having it all with you. And that's why they're so afraid. Success is really scary, and getting what you want is really scary. And so they almost feel like by being super slow and methodical about everything, that it'll all just work out on its own. But what Spirit is indicating to me is that, like, there may not be a whole lot of change here until this person is willing to let go of control and allow themselves to be open to what might happen, instead of controlling the situation out of fear of uncertainty of what might happen if they let their guard down and came towards you. Because with the Fool and the Eight of Wands here, like, if they felt like this was a done deal and that everything would end up well, they would go for it, like, right away. And I think one thing that Spirit is saying about this person is that part of the reason why they may not be making moves towards you is because they know that if they make moves towards you, it's going to turn into something real, or it's going to turn into something serious. And so maybe for some of you, if you're with this person, you might be wondering why they haven't asked you for something, haven't asked for a higher level of commitment, and it's probably because they're afraid of losing control, afraid of what that change might create. But with the Fool and the Eight of Wands here, it's like this person will definitely take that leap of faith when they feel ready to. But the problem is that they've been sitting on that throne of theirs for a while, not really making many moves. I think Spirit's getting bored. I think that's why that hawk energy is coming in, which we saw. I mean, even this hawk, like, it looks like this hawk is literally, like, coming in to, like, get off your chair. Like, let's go. Figure something out. Like, you're an emperor. Like, you shouldn't be afraid of, like, making mistakes. You're fine. Like, you're good. Like, so this hawk is kind of maybe facilitating the change that the Emperor needs to get out of his chair. Because all of these blocked cards indicate to me that this person, they want to talk to you, and they also want to give you some type of offer, whether it's like asking you out on a date or asking you to court, something like courtship. Maybe a courtroom, maybe there's law involved here, maybe one of you or both of you are involved in like the justice system or some shit. Justice system. Anyway, the Knight of Cups and being in reverse with the Four of Wands upright really goes to show to me that, like, I feel like this person sees you as it, and that scares them. And so they literally don't offer you something because they're afraid of it being it. And maybe it's partially that this person just wants to like sow their wild oats right now, or they're still moving on from a lot of difficult, painful experiences in their life, and they're not necessarily ready to be open to like true, authentic love. I think this person has finally gained control of themselves in a lot of ways, where they're finally starting to feel like they're in the driver's seat, and their experiences or the way that they react to experiences is no longer what controls them. And so I feel like this person is just so afraid of being open to allowing something to unfold between you and them, because right now you're really safe in their dreams, you're really safe in their fantasies, you're really safe in not in the physical, because once you both are physically together, then it's like showtime, right? So this person can't project their hopes, fantasies, wishes onto you or onto this situation. And so it's like this person so badly wants all of this to happen. And these are probably things that you visualize or you want for yourself or have been trying to manifest. And so it's like this person is within this energy, but it seems that their belief that they're not good enough yet or not in a stable enough place yet to reach out stops them. The fact that they have not expanded their perspective to recognize that their ego is what stops them from approaching these things, because this person wants to know what the outcome is going to be, which we can see here. This person already assumes the outcome of your relationship. They assume that if you guys get together or if you guys are in a committed relationship, it's heading towards marriage. So if you're with this person already, I would say that this person does see you as the one. But if you're not with this person, you need to understand that, like, this person needs to learn that they can't make assumptions about you or about what you are meant to be. Even if you feel that deep down too, and even if that's the truth, this person is intentionally pushing away the blessings that Spirit is trying to give them, because they're thinking about an outcome that doesn't even exist yet. Rather than being open-minded and just going with the flow like the Fool would and seeing what might happen between you two or what might go down, this person is literally saying, no, I can't get my heart broken. I don't trust this, or I'm not ready to be in a fully committed relationship yet, or this can't be the last person I'm ever with, or I'm not, like, this person just makes a lot of presumptions and makes a lot of expectations about outcome that aren't necessarily true. They could be, but in order to find out, this person would have to explore it. So I think what the truth of the matter is that this person feels really greatly for you, but their fear of losing control of this situation, their fear of losing this connection, of messing this connection up for some of you, is far greater than their feelings for you, because especially if there's history here and they've messed up before, they don't want to mess up again, which I'm sure you would probably say, like, I made mistakes in this too, like, they're not the only one. But I think that this person carries a lot of blame and really blames themselves for a lot. And so it's like they want to come in and sweep you off your feet and offer you something great, but they're just not ready to do that yet. They're not ready to let go of control, at least at the time of when you're watching this video. That doesn't mean that they won't be forever, though, because it already seems like they're wanting to move on from this energy of being afraid to approach this, and they want to mentally move on from anything that, like, they want you both to, if there's a hatchet, they want you both to bury it If there's anything that you both need to address, they want to talk about it. They may be considering, what's interesting though with the Emperor and the Six of Swords, they may, this hawk may be forcing them to get up and make a move. So they may move this connection forward, or they may sooner than you think be ready to do that. But I think it just kind of depends on the person, your situation, so on and so forth. But at the very least, let's see what's in their heart space for you, so we can kind of see, we can get a bigger picture. So Spirit, what is in pile 3's person's heart space for them? Throat chakra. So that's the second throat chakra. They want to talk to you, like they really do. They want to be like, so what's up with all this? The Magician. Yeah, they're manifesting you too. It's just that they're afraid of what they're manifesting. Like, you both probably put one another on pedestals, but I think that this person, like, both of you are like too afraid to face each other in the physical, or to be completely honest in the physical, or to make the moves needed to move this connection forward. Yeah, we have the Hermit, seek. This person is seeking their truth, but we have all majors so far, so that's like kind of intense. Oh, look, we have the Six of Swords again. Healing begins. And on the back of the deck is the root chakra. And the Four of Wands again. And death, which is release. So, yeah, this person wants this. This person wants to release everything that's holding them back. They want to ground this connection. But they've got to get to that point by themselves. So they're like, this is literally a confirmation of like, yes, they want to heal themselves. They want to heal this connection. They want to heal what is going on here. However, they need time to seek whatever is blocking them from taking action towards this connection. They clearly need to take time to heal this fear of not having control. And so that's kind of why maybe Spirit is saying, like, you know, you need to respect the fact that they're doing their own thing. It's got nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. And so they're kind of seeking their own truth in their heart space. And the truth that they're reaching is that they want to heal this. But you have to remember, like, either they're the vulture, which they feel misunderstood, and they're kind of afraid to do that, and they may not think that the unicorn person wants them, or they're the unicorn person, and if they're the unicorn person, they've only very recently started awakening to their psychic abilities, their third eye, things of that nature, so they're kind of new to a lot of this stuff. So whichever it is, you'll have to take it how it resonates. But for most of you, I get the vibe like this person is the unicorn person, and you are the vulture. But like I said, could totally be wrong. Anyway, for some of you, I'll be right, and for some of you, I'll be wrong. Just depends on who you are. They want to talk to you. They have so many truths. They want to tell you the truth, their feelings. They want to tell you why they haven't been more transparent and upfront. I feel like they want to explain to you why their lack of action is not because they weren't interested in you, but actually it was because they were so afraid of messing things up and intimidated by what their feelings for you meant, by what this type of connection means. But whether they realize it or not, they may not actively realize it, but they're manifesting you. And I think you're manifesting them. And so Kino Tarot has this video called like, it's like a Q&A about manifesting people. I think you guys should watch it. I think it would be really helpful for you. And if you've never checked out Kino, you should. Kino Tarot, she is amazing. Oh, and check out her music as well. She's also an amazing singer. She's got 2 channels. Check her out. But yeah, this person is definitely in a place where they're finally starting to pull back the curtain of their own bullshit and recognize where they need to heal so that they can actually live the life they want, instead of fantasizing about the life that they want and then never going after it because they're too afraid to. So let's get some advice for you guys now before we head over into the extended, but we're going to get some pretty thorough advice for you guys. Definitely excited to see what's going to happen in the extended though, because we're going to be looking at this person's 18 plus feelings for you. So if you've been physically intimate with them before, you'll kind of see like what their perception is. And if you've never been physically intimate with them before, then this will be kind of how they think it will go or how they view it. But anyway, for you guys, pile 3, Spirit, what advice do you have for pile 3 when it comes to this connection, please? Surrender your attachment to results, which is exactly what this person is needing to surrender. So you may also need to surrender this as well. The formula for success is to do all you can to, quote, make things happen, then let go of results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. We also have surrender denial. Accept people and situations exactly as they are without denying difficulties. Then you can see clearly and make the best decisions. So yeah, I think Spirit is really saying, like, if you feel like this person needs to be the one to come forward and to make moves, Spirit's saying you're right, but you need to stop sitting and waiting for that to happen. In fact, you need to keep moving forward. You need to keep following your life and your light. That is what's going to help this person get there. Surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it exactly as it is will bring you peace. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender to Spirit. Once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, turn the situation over to the divine. Let Spirit work its magic for you. And I think that's the truth of the matter. And that's why you may be kind of frustrated, because it feels like either you've done a lot of work, you've done a lot of healing, and it's like, why isn't this manifesting, or why isn't this time? And it's like, well, it's because you both have attachments to results. You both have not fully surrendered this yet. And you're not trusting Spirit to get to work. And I think that it's going to be up to you, especially, to trust Spirit to get to work here. And to trust that this is going to happen the way it needs to. And like, whatever the outcome is, that's what it's meant to be. And so Spirit is saying you can help this person do all that by doing it first. Lead by example. Be the emperor. Show them what you're made of, right? Or show Spirit what you're made of. Show Spirit what you're ready for. But to finish off, we're going to get some self-forgiveness messages. And this will help you be aware of how your ego may be blocking or distorting your perception of this connection. So let's see, Spirit, what does pile 3, what do they need to forgive themselves for when it comes to this connection? Okay, I feel like, first of all, I feel like both of you are addicted to staying in control. Like, neither of you like the feeling of being out of control, which is why you both kind of avoid one another with peace and love. So your back of the deck message, we're just going to start with that. I forgive myself for thinking I cannot find belonging by being true to who I am. I choose to believe that the more time I make to understand myself, the more easily I step into the experience of intimate connection. And so that's what Spirit's saying. You might be like, where is this person? And Spirit's saying, we're working on them. They're getting closer to themselves. They're doing that inner work. They're seeking what they're looking for within themselves. And that's what you have done, and that's what you've been doing. And so Spirit's saying you got to give them the time and the space to do it the same way you did. And unfortunately, that involves some waiting. You don't have to wait on anyone. You can do whatever you want. You have free will, but you have to be aware that you can't rush this person's healing process along. They have to reach these conclusions themselves. No matter, you could tell them all of this until you're blue in the face, but it's not going to change anything. In fact, it might freak them out because, you know, listen, as somebody who is known as a psychic medium, I definitely have had guys in the past call me a spy. Like, not just one, like multiple. And I have like never been the type of person to snoop or do anything like that. And so it's just really funny because like when I was younger and I didn't even know I had abilities, like it was really disheartening. But yeah, sometimes people do not trust intuitive shit, and like sometimes being intuitive will bite you in the ass because then people will think like they get freaked out. Anyway, we also have, I forgive myself for attempting to draw conclusions based on incomplete truths available to me now. I choose to believe that when I wait patiently without drawing premature conclusions, I allow myself to be swiftly moved to what is meant for me next. And so this is excellent because this is Spirit saying, don't jump to conclusions about how this person feels or what they're doing or why they're doing it. You don't know. Your truths about this situation are incomplete. So trust what you feel and keep moving forward. We also have, I forgive myself as though for feeling there exists a person that could replace me. I choose to believe that I have a gift that no one else is capable of sharing the way that comes naturally to me. And when I embrace my passion, I own my place in the world. Yeah, I mean, you might feel insecure that this person is going to move on with someone else or that you're not good enough for them. And Spirit's saying, well, that mentality is not going to help you at all. But like that mentality in general will never help you. And so Spirit is asking you to recognize how special and magnificent you are. Like clearly you've got this person like buffering and like freaking out, not knowing what to do. And I'm sure you're in the same boat, but like just know the feelings run both ways. Then finally, we have, I forgive myself for feeling as though it's not safe for me to step out of line and be seen, which is so important because you both were showing up as that raccoon. You both mirror this. You both are afraid to step out of the status quo and like be seen, right? So I'm just saying that's meant for both of you. I choose to believe that when I step out of what is familiar, I'm able to playfully explore the different dimensions of my being so that I may discover a more authentic version of myself. So what this person doesn't realize right now is that they think that they're maintaining control. They think that they are doing what's best for them. But what they realize is that by holding on to the way things have been and holding on to the constancy that they've had, they're stopping themselves from growing further. And so Spirit's kind of saying like, and the thing is, it's not about personal growth. It's about like growth in life. Because it kind of seems like they're holding, like, I don't know why. I feel like this connection, like for whatever reason, has some deeper purpose to it. Like you both may need to like start a business, or you both may like have work that needs to be done together. And Spirit might be saying like that they're prolonging that because they are afraid of change, and that the things that are stopping them from moving forward are actually things that won't change until they move forward, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting, which is interesting. But for you, Spirit is really saying, even if this person feels this way, it doesn't mean you should stop doing what you're doing or sit and wait on this person. Spirit wants you to live your life and surrender to what is, and surrender your attachment to a certain outcome with this situation, and just trust that Spirit's got your back and they're going to give you the best outcome as humanly possible for the highest good of everyone involved. So just trust that they have your best interests at heart, and stop denying that this person feels some type of way about you. Like, what's that song? Type of Way by Rich Homie Quan. There's another song. But pile 3, I think I am going to leave. Well, I'm going to move on to the extended. So if you're not going to check out the 18 plus extended and you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you're interested in supporting me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates, or subscribe. All of that helps me engagement wise. If you are interested, I have merch. You can also check out my social media. I do different readings on Instagram, I shitpost on Twitter, and I occasionally check out TikTok. It still scares me a lot. And I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope that this reading resonated, and I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. If you guys chose the Aquamarine stone and the Mermaid Tarot, this is going to be your reading. Now, to make sure this is actually your reading, we are going to check the energy of the connection first and see what is going on. What is the energy between you and the person that hopefully you're thinking of? If this resonates, then congrats, you found the right pile. If it doesn't, I would try a different pile and see if the energy resonates better there. However, if you don't find your energy in these piles, I would say there's probably not a message for you here. But let's go ahead and start by looking at the 2 people in this connection. So the first person is being represented by the Bat, True Love, and Recovery. The other person in this connection is being represented by the Turtle, Passion, and Soulmate. Woo! Okay, like, man, y'all gotta, wow, okay. We're finishing strong here, aren't we? Oh my God. Okay. And finally, the connecting energy between the both of you is honesty. So the energy of honesty supports our choice to be courageously truthful and genuine with kindness and tact. So, couple songs that I heard playing through my head. The first one played before I started the reading, and it was Funky Town. Can't remember who it's by, but y'all know Funky Town. If not, the scene in Shrek when they get to not Shrek, Shrek 2, when they get to Far Far Away. The song where they get in, that one. Another song that I heard, Black Eyed Peas, Meet Me Halfway, because I think that there is this energy here. I'm actually intrigued to know what type of connection this is, because holy moly, there's a lot of feelings, but I don't know how cohesive y'all are together. In fact, for some of you, you may be wanting to express truthfully how you both are feeling about each other pretty strongly. I'm gonna be honest. Or you have just recently been honest with each other, and now you both are kind of working to find middle ground or see what's next. So let's start with the bat person. The bat person, let's just say, with the true love card here, I mean, the turtle makes their heart sing. The turtle makes them so happy. I mean, I don't think they've ever felt any way about a person like they have about the turtle. With the recovery card here, though, I think one thing that this bat person struggles with is that maybe they're a more rational, logical type. They're not really the type of person to catch feels anyway. I just heard Katy Perry in my head say, like, don't be afraid to catch feels. And this person definitely has been for a long time. So depending on what type of connection this is, whether you both are dating, talking, for some of you, this could be somebody... For some of you, I get the vibe like this is somebody that you're not even in contact with because of how different your animal cards are. But for others, I definitely feel like you're either dating this person, talking to this person, and it seems to be you're both getting into an energy where you're meeting each other halfway and are ready to spill the beans on how you feel about one another, or are working to get to that point because you both want to be truthful with one another, which I love. Like all this blue, this throat chakra energy, like where this is like the throat chakra symbol. So I feel like that's kind of where you both are at right now. But in terms of the bat, I think that they've reached this point where they're like, their love for the turtle is far greater than their fear of re-experiencing pain or their fear of losing the turtle. Because with this recovery card here, I think maybe this bat person was really hesitant about moving this relationship forward. Or for some of you, like for example, this could be somebody that you're not currently talking to, but you feel very strongly. And I would say if that's the case, you're not crazy in thinking that. Because this bat person, whoever they are, they're finally healing from some type of blockage that one stopped them from being honest, not only with you, if you're the turtle, or if you're the bat, with yourself. They're learning to be honest with the turtle and with themselves. So whether you're the bat or the turtle, this bat person is learning to accept and understand truth. So with this recovery card being here, I think this person is finally releasing a lot of burdens in the past that stopped them from being open to love or embracing their feelings for somebody else. Because I think this bat person knows that they love the turtle. Like they know like they'd be stupid to let this go, or they'd be stupid to lose this, or stupid to not have this, or to push it away. Because for some of you, like, maybe if you're dating this person already, if you've had some difficulties, it's like your energy, you both want to move beyond the BS and kind of just be honest with one another and not let small incidences ruin a really strong relationship. But I get the vibe for a good majority of you that you're either in the talking stages with this person, or you're casually dating this person, maybe not in a commitment yet. I guess if you are in a commitment, this person could be like, maybe you guys are about to like talk about how you truly feel about one another. Maybe that hasn't happened yet and you both have just kind of been like waiting. Oh God, yeah. Spirit just gave me like the most traumatic flashback to, well, not traumatic like literally, but just like cringy traumatic of one of my exes. I remember like I accidentally told, um, I remember they were like dropping me off at my house at the time, and I was like, and I thought they said something, and our relationship was really new, and like I thought they said something. I thought they said I love you, and I was like, and I panicked, and I was like, oh, I don't feel about them that way yet. But then I was just like, oh, I love you too, and I like slammed the door, and then I found out later that like they didn't say that at all, and that was totally just me mishearing that, and so they said something else, and then I was just like, I love you too, and like closed the door. It was so embarrassing. So maybe you guys haven't been fully honest with each other about your feelings or anything like that. Hopefully y'all don't have that happen, but Spirit like showed me that play by play happening, and so, which was, I hate when Spirit unlocks, or just when your brain in general unlocks things that you worked really hard to forget. But like also, I don't know, hopefully that makes you guys laugh, but I think that Spirit is trying to say like, you and this person are so worried maybe about like saying things the right way, or waiting until the right time, but you both like want to be honest with each other. And I think what's kind of cool is like, maybe the turtle is more deep and sentimental and emotional, and I feel like the turtle is trying to reach a common ground with the bat. It's like the turtle's in the water, the bat's in the air, and it's like you both are trying to find solid ground, where you both can agree with, because you both do seem to have some differences. Like the bat person seems to be more logical, the turtle person seems to be more emotional. But let's talk about the turtle person, because this is somebody who's a very old soul, and honestly somebody whose head isn't turned very often. Like, I would say the turtle person is not very motivated by love, or if they are, like, they don't settle for anything less than what they truly want. Like, I feel like this is somebody, like this turtle person, even if they're young, so if this turtle person is you, for example, even if you're really young, like you definitely have an old soul, and your soul knows things that maybe your maturing brain hasn't caught up to yet, because you don't have like the synapses and shit yet to just process all that. But like, what I can kind of see from the turtle, they feel like this bat person is their soulmate, is they have a lot of passion for them, and they want to ground this connection. And I think the thing is that both of these people push this connection away. Either in the past, or maybe both of you held off on saying anything or asking one another out. This is more past energy, and I think you both are coming to the realization that there's so much light to be had between the two of you. There's so much potential and opportunity here for something special, and I think this bat person is realizing they've done pretty much all the healing that they can do by themselves, that they're aware of, and they're kind of ready to open themselves up to somebody again, and that's this turtle person. And I think this turtle person, there could be some past life shit here or something deeper. This turtle person knows, like, in their soul that like the passion they feel for this person, for the bat person, is not something that they're going to experience very often. And so the turtle person is being very patient and kind of allowing this to unfold and allowing it to flow, like the turtle in Finding Nemo. Just kind of like, you know, I think his name is Crush. I think someone, because I mentioned this actually in another reading recently. Finding Nemo was coming through, that turtle specifically. So I don't know, let me know if you watched that reading. But with the bat card being here and like the true love recovery, it's like this person is releasing, because the bat card's all about release, and full moons are all about release, which is interesting because there's no moon here, and new moons pretty much look like no moon, and those are all about manifesting. So I feel like this turtle person has either been manifesting a heart-to-heart here, or this turtle person is just in a line with the manifestation of helping this connection ascend. And I think, if anything, maybe the bat person has been more wary, afraid, more finicky, like, and like scared, like, towards this. But they've kind of worked through the healing that they need to, and changed their perspective, and I think they've acknowledged a truth that they truly love this turtle, and like the turtle thinks the bat's their soulmate, and they got a lot of like, the vibes here, I gotta say, are kind of immaculate, and this is good shit. Like, and so if you're not communicating with this person right now, just know that, like, you're not crazy in thinking that the energy feels really positive and forward moving. But I would say for a lot of you, you're probably talking to this person or interacting with this person in some way, at the very least. But there, I do see for a select few of you that could be the case. But this is so straightforward. I'm ready to go into tarot cards now. So let's go. Let's ride. Okay. Or I guess let's swim, because we're using the Mermaid Tarot. This is by Dame Darcy, if you were curious. She also has done one of my, she's also done an Alice in Wonderland deck. I think it's called the Queen Alice Tarot I've used, so she might look familiar. I've had this deck forever. I just don't use it very often because I don't have a box for it. It's in a bag, and all of my decks that end up in bags, I end up forgetting they exist sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, like that's where that deck went, or yeah. So I'm happy. I feel like I don't use this Mermaid Tarot very often. I really like it, so I'm happy that we're using it today, and I'm happy that you picked it. But yeah, I was gonna mention there's a reading I did that was a collab with the Hermit Tarot, which she's the best. If you've never checked her out, you should definitely check her out. That was called like Messages from Your Past Self. I think that some people got the point of the reading confused, but it's essentially just to be about like things that your former self would want to say to you. I think some people thought it was about past lives, and then some people were just confused, but that's what it was meant to be. But I used that Alice in Wonderland tarot deck in that video, so I don't know why I felt like I had to talk about that, but maybe for some of you, you're meant to see that or meant to see that pile. Or you might just be interested in this art style. Ugh, these cards are hard to bridge. I'm getting better at the bridge, and I'm so excited about it, but it's kind of hard to do with like these more bendy cards. But that one wasn't bad, so I think we're ready to start shuffling. So, Spirit, how is pile 4's person currently feeling about pile 4? This is timeless, by the way. Okay, so we have the 4 of Pentacles in reverse. We have the 7 of Swords in reverse. We have the 9 of Wands upright. We have the 5 of Wands upright. One more, Spirit. We have the Sun upright. Okay, so can you clarify all these for me, please? Clarifying the 4 of Pentacles in reverse, we have the Knight of Cups in reverse. About the 7 of Swords. Yeah, we have the 8 of Pentacles upright. We have the King of Wands upright. We have the Ace of Wands upright. With the Sun, we have the 2 of Wands, and on the back of the deck, we have the Empress in reverse. So this definitely makes a lot of sense. I'll just start off with the Empress being in reverse here. I feel like this person thinks that you're way out of their league, and let me be clear, your gender identity doesn't matter, but I definitely see that your energy kind of embodies this Empress energy, and that's how they see you. I feel like they are very afraid. They're very afraid, let me say that. But it's mainly because they find you very intimidating. So with this Empress in reverse, I feel like they're lacking confidence right now, but they're overcoming it. But I think they're very afraid of rejection by you, or you not feeling the same way as them. Because really what I see here is a lot of like, ooh, I just got dizzy for a second. But honestly, what I'm seeing here, like with this 4 of Pentacles in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse, I feel like this person is ready to take some sort of action towards you romantically. Like whether that is, for some of you, reaching out, but for most of you, like asking you on a date, or asking you to be their partner, or asking for a higher level of commitment, like maybe asking you to move in or something like that for some of you. This person is trying to let go of them holding this information back. Like they want to make some sort of romantic gesture towards you with this Knight of Cups, but they're holding back because they're afraid of rejection by the Empress, i.e. you. Like being rejected by you would crush them. I feel like they see themselves as this King of Wands. Once again, doesn't matter gender. But this is someone who's typically very confident, which is why it's difficult for them to like deal with this sort of intimidation. Like it takes an Empress to intimidate a King of Wands, if we're gonna be honest. What's popping out here? Eight of Wands, success and growth. Yeah, that's what they want. I'm gonna put this back on the deck, but I saw it while I was shuffling and it just fell off. We're gonna use this to see what's in this person's heart space, but I definitely think that one thing in their heart space, which I even love how it matches this Nine of Wands, is that they want this connection to grow and to be successful. And so I think that this person is, one, working really hard just in their everyday life, and they don't want you to think that them focusing on their job means that they don't care about you. That might be a specific message for some of you. It's just that they're working really hard. Like they want to. I think their finances are really important to them and they're working really, really hard. But another thing that they want you to know is that if there has been any deception or any difficulties in the past, that they want to work to mend that, because they do feel very strongly for you and they know that you feel strongly for them, or they hope that you feel strongly for them, and they've learned from whatever mistakes they've made. They want to work through them. But I feel like for most of you, this person just hopes that you want to work on this connection the same way they want to, and they hope that they're not gonna get like hurt. Like they hope that you're not seeing things in the exact opposite light as them. With the Nine of Wands and the King of Wands, though, it's like they're like this close to oh my gosh, what's that meme of that kid like where he's like trying really hard not to say something and like that vein in his head is popping out and his like face is red? Like your person is that meme right now, like trying not to speak their truth because they're fighting it all the time. Because with this Ace of Wands here, maybe for some of you, I'm really excited to do y'all's 18 plus reading, because for some of you, you haven't been physically intimate with them yet, and that might be what they want to initiate. And maybe they want you to know that like they don't just see you as like a hookup or something, that they want something more solid and grounded, and that they not only see you as somebody that they want in their life in a physical way, but in every single way. Like they view you as like the Empress. You're amazing. And so they're so afraid of being rejected by you. It's not even funny. And I definitely think that it makes them really scared. And so this person is like fighting with themselves. Like, should I be honest with them? Should I not be honest with them? And it's funny because it seems like you're doing the same thing. And I think both of you reflect the positive feelings about one another. And I think you both reflect the fears of being rejected by one another, or the fears of the other person not feeling as deeply or feeling the same. And so with this Five of Wands clarified by this Ace of Wands, this person has thought over and over and over about instigating it. Like this is the King of Wands. Like, and it's funny because they're like, I've never cared this much. Like, why does this person make me feel this way? And it's because like they know that you're something special and that they really love you and that they really care about how you see them. And for some of you, it may not make sense for them to feel this strongly for you quite yet. And so that's why they're like holding back, because they don't want to look crazy. They don't want to look insane, but they feel very, very passionately about you and very strongly for you. In fact, I think that they're tired of holding back their romantic feelings. They've probably been more like jovial and like playful with you, and you've probably been just kind of matched that energy. It seems your connection does seem to be very childlike and fun and joyful. And I really think that this person is like, what if they only see me as a friend? Or like, what if they don't want to move this connection further? What if they don't want something more seriously? Because like they love having you in their life. Like they love you, they adore you. And I'm not gonna lie, this energy is kind of like, I really like this energy. It's really precious. And this person is like so precious. And like, you must be really precious as well. Like, I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like, oh my gosh. But literally, like, speaking of precious, like, you're like the ring, like from Lord of the Rings. Like this person is like, oh, they're definitely not Gollum, but like, you know what I mean? Like you're precious, and like you have so much power to them that like you could corrupt them. Like you could have them wrapped around your finger, and I don't think that they like that. Like they don't like the spell that they're under when they're around you, but they can't help but want to come back for seconds, if I'm being honest. And so it's like you are their precious. Like you are totally like their precious. Anyway, yeah, so they're just fighting with themselves, like, and kind of just keeping this wall up, kind of in hopes that maybe you'll say something first. But I think at the end of the day, this person, you're their happiness. Like they just want to create more light with you. Like you're their light. You light them up. They think that they're super attracted to you. They're so turned on by you. They love your energy. They love your conversations. They love how much fun you guys have together, and they don't want the fun times to stop. I just heard the Weezer song, Island Day in the Sun. That's kind of their energy towards you. And so I feel like this person is visualizing right now and kind of mentally making plans for your future together, even though you may not even be together yet. But I think that there's this kind of underlying energy of, okay, we saw with the energy, like you both have feelings for one another for sure. And so I think that this person, you make them really happy, and you make this person want to, I feel like they really want to travel with you, or they really want to like try new things with you, and discover the world with you. I think is like kind of what they want to do. Like they see you as a partner, as a counterpart, as somebody that matches their energy, and what I love here is that this feels so much more authentic than like kind of how dating is sometimes, you know, where you're trying to put on your best, or you're trying to put your best foot forward, which you both kind of are. But I feel like you both have broken down that barrier of bullshit where you're trying to be somebody other than you're not. And that's what's so powerful about this, is that I feel like you've been nothing but yourself around this person. And it's only made them see you in a better light. And it's only made them fall in love with you harder. And so with this King of Wands here, I think you've seen half of them. The other half that you haven't seen of them is their more romantic side, is their more feminine side, if I'm being honest. Like their more nurturing side, that they haven't necessarily revealed all their feelings. I feel like they've given you an idea of it, maybe in the way that they look at you, or the way that their hand lingers on your arm a little bit longer, or like just things like that, like small little things. But when it comes, and maybe you've left this person sign after sign after sign, but like they're not getting it. And maybe Spirit's saying it's up to this person to like speak their truth. I don't know, but I think this is heading in a really positive direction. So let's see what's in their heart space for you, and see, you know, just how deep do their feelings run. I just heard in my head, like, how deep is your love, which is a pretty fun banger. I think it's by Calvin Harris. I can't remember. But Spirit, pile 4, what is in pile 4's person's heart space for pile 4, please? Ah, 2 of Cups! Yes! I'm sorry. That makes me so excited for you guys. Yes, this person totally wants to make you theirs. They want to be in a partnership with you. Why is this coming out on its side? The World. Embrace. Yeah, like they're ready to turn this, to close out this cycle. It's like, and what's funny is 21 reduces to 3. Like you know how badly they just want to embrace you, like this cute little empress that you are. I love that. And I was like trying to be technical and be like, even though technically, no matter how you look physically or what gender you identify as, you're a cute little empress to this person. Okay, let's see what else. Spirit, what else is in their heart space for pile 4? Finding balance. That's the 2 of Pentacles. So yeah, this person, I definitely can see, like, they want to make you a part of their everyday life. Like, they want to, you know, I think their dream is getting texts from you that are like while they're at work that are like, oh, what do you want for dinner tonight? Or like, what do you want to do? Like, they just want you to be a part of their life. Like they're making room for that to happen right now. It's really important to them, actually. I feel like they want you to know how important you are to them. And in fact, if this person works really hard or just has a very demanding and time-consuming job, they are like pleading and begging you to understand that like they wish they could give you more time, and to not think that the fact that they work so much is a reflection of how they feel about you. No, not at all. We also have seek, so that's that hermit energy again, which is really interesting. So maybe for some of you, this definitely is something in separation, and maybe this person is aware of that right now. I feel like they find you have helped them become more in tune with themselves. And I feel like with the Hermit card coming out here, you have illuminated a lot of awareness within them about aspects of themselves that they had no idea were there before. And so I feel like this person, this is totally the energy of what you're seeking is seeking you. Like, if you're not in communication with this person, you both are seeking each other. And I just want you to know that, like, the feelings are real, like, quite real. Scary real. And this person sees you as like an ideal partner. They want you two to come together. And so if you're talking to this person or casually dating this person definitely wants to embrace this connection and see where it goes and take this to a higher level of commitment. And if you're already with this person, and I would say they love you, they adore you, they want to balance your life together a little bit better, but they love that you're their partner, and they're ready to embrace a new cycle with you and see where this next stage goes. And on the back of the deck, we have Observe, which is the Hanged Man. So this person may be surrendering to spirit right now when it comes to this connection. And let's talk about this. 21 and 12. And underneath that, we have Death, Ace of Pentacles, Heart Chakra, and Dedicated Effort. So I definitely think, which is this Eight of Pentacles again. So this person definitely wants to release the things holding you both back from strengthening your bond together. You both are in one another's hearts, and this person wants to work towards this connection and see what can happen. This is really beautiful. Like, I love it. Maybe this person is waiting to get like enough information, not necessarily from like directly from you, but in your behavior to know what to do. I feel like this person is surrendering to non-action until they know exactly what action to take, because they don't want to mess anything up with you. So let's go ahead and see. The advice cards may be less helpful for you guys. I feel like this reading has been so short, but it's so straightforward. I mean, I'm not gonna, pull things out of my butt that aren't there. I mean, this is like, love it. Easy breezy, beautiful. Love it. Okay. But we're going to get you some advice now when it comes to this connection. As I did that, I cut the deck and saw surrender to effortlessness. Okay, so Spirit, what does pile 4 need to surrender when it comes to this connection? I feel like Spirit wants me to take them, which this could be a risk. I don't know what's going to be under there, but I'm going to trust them. So what's on the back of the deck? Surrender to silence. In quiet meditation or contemplation, let go and enter the stillness within. Silence can heal and replenish you. But we have surrender your belief in scarcity. The universe is asking you to be open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. We have surrender your ego. Cultivate gratitude, be of service to others, and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility can further your goals. We have surrender to creativity. Let your imagination soar. Stay open to all creative ideas about how to pursue a dream or solve a problem. And finally, we have surrender stubbornness. If you're tensing up or taking a rigid stance about something, gently observe yourself and become more yielding. This will help you communicate more lovingly to others and yourself. So Spirit could be saying you may need to show this person in creative ways how you're feeling, or that you may need to be the one to open up if you're like God, I can't wait for this person to talk, like, to wait for this person to tell me, like, I'm just gonna say it, because I feel like you both feel the same way about each other. And I think both of you, I think this belief in scarcity thing is a lot more about, like, just personal things within you. But with surrender your ego, I definitely think that Spirit is saying, like, don't be too proud to admit your truth to this person. Like, the way you feel about each other, like, I don't sit here too often and just be like, oh my God, I love this is beautiful. Like, I do sometimes, but listen, I'm just going to say this. This is the only pile in this reading that had such a clear-cut, straightforward, positive, forward, upward bound energy to it. So I just want to say, like, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. If you want to be sure of that, watch pile 2 and you'll know. I will tell you like it is, but I'm telling you like it is now. And I think that you just need to let go of your fears around this and allow your ego to shut the fuck up, because we're gonna see what you need to do in terms of telling your ego to shut up, because we've got the cards to do that. And so the fact that your ego came out, I definitely think that maybe both of you are just kind of like holding back your true feelings and what you really think and feel about one another, because you're literally just afraid of what might happen if you're rejected. Like, your ego may not be able to handle rejection or something like that. But let's see. We'll see what you need to forgive yourself for in terms of your ego. So, Spirit, what does pile 4 need to forgive themselves for in terms of their ego, please? What else? Oh, juicy, juicy. One more. I didn't even read what that said, so I don't know why I talked about it like that. We'll start with the back of the deck energy. It says, I forgive myself for thinking I must look or act a certain way in order to be enough. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy, and when I allow every aspect of my being to be expressed without discrimination, I realize the extent of my brilliance. Let's see, we also have, I forgive myself for not making the changes I know would better support me in the realization of my desires. I choose to believe that deeper comfort and fulfillment await me, and I may effortlessly receive them both once I surrender to the shift required to get there. What else do we have? We have, I forgive myself for neglecting my internal world and instead living by reacting to what is placed before me. I choose to believe that when I take time to fully appreciate and accept my fears, I begin to operate from a version of myself not ruled by those fears. Yeah, you both are needing to kind of get out of your comfort zone here and recognize that putting yourself out there requires a level of vulnerability. Let's see, we also have, yeah, this is important. I forgive myself for resisting my need to sit in stillness to process both my past and my present. I choose to believe that when I acknowledge my fear of not being able to adequately provide, I enable myself to access and receive support as necessary. And finally, we have, I forgive myself for pressuring myself to understand more than I am meant to know in the present moment. I choose to believe that there are things we were never meant to be there are things that were never meant to be in my hands and are instead being divinely guided. So I think Spirit is really asking you to give this connection up to them, which, I mean, I think really y'all are going to be fine. This is going to flow into something better. I don't have any worries about this pile. Like, I think that this is transitioning into something positive. And you both are in that energy of wanting to be honest with each other. And so it's a matter of time. Either it's a waiting game until someone makes a move, or, you know, maybe Spirit will create an opportunity for you both to be honest with one another. I think it's going to depend on all of your situations and circumstances. I would say, if you're dating this person, talking to this person, you know, something like that, I think this is naturally heading there, and you both will just be fine and it'll happen the way it's meant to. If you're not talking to this person and this is like a no contact-esque thing, I would definitely say it's more likely that you or them may not reach out to one another. You may just kind of continue this kind of Cold War-esque thing going on despite how warmly you feel about each other, and Spirit may create some sort of opportunity for this to happen. But I think it's important to remember that it's better to speak your truth and know what someone else is than to allow it to stay hidden and then ask later, you know, what if? So pile 4, I'm going to take this over to the extended now. I'm really excited to do this piles extended. I think it's going to be spicy, especially if you haven't been with this person before, because I'm like really curious to see what they're thinking. Or if you have been with this person before, I'm really curious to see like how they're feeling. But it did seem like for some of you, they want to instigate that, like they want to be more physical with you and things like that, but they don't know if you're into that. So if you want to, so I'm going to take it over to the extended now, but if you're not going to join me there, that's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, and I just want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart who does it. You have no idea how much I appreciate it, and that is literally the easiest way to show gratitude for the type of work that I'm doing. If you want to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, helps the video with engagement, or you can subscribe and click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, which is linked below, or you can check out my social medias. I post readings on my Instagram, I shit post on Twitter, and sometimes I get on TikTok when I'm not too afraid of it. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say, pile 4. So I really hope that you guys enjoyed this reading. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this. Thank you so much for letting me read your cards, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!